Good morning, everybody. Our clock here does not correspond with those upstairs, so it looks like we still have a minute and we don't, but we're going to get started. Welcome. This is the regular meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, California Nonprofit Mutual Corporation. Today is Tuesday, June 12th. It's 9:30, almost, and we are in the boardroom of the community center. Our quorum is here. We're just missing one director. Ms. Durrell will only be here at the closed session today. And media, yes, she is here. And of course, we have our wonderful staff upstairs that are filming us. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Director Akrakar, would you lead us, please?
Everybody stand and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first order of business is number 4, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, thank you, Andre. And is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Cash. Okay. Any corrections, discussion about the agenda? Hearing none, we'll approve it without objection. Okay, and now we're at number 5, which is the approval of the meeting minutes from the May 8th meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I so move.
Thank you, Maggie. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. All right, it's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Gary that we approve the minutes of the open session of May 8th. Is there any discussion, corrections? Yeah, seeing none, we'll do it without objection. Okay, now we get down to the report of the chair, which usually isn't a lot, but I do have a lot this morning, and I'm really excited about some of it. First and foremost, I want to talk about our handyman program. And to do that, I would like to introduce to all of you in the community our handyman. Vince, would you come up, please? This is Vince Martinez. Vince has been Laguna Woods for 7 years. He started in the landscape department, so many of you have seen him out there. He worked his way up to a crew leader. He spent 2 years as a crew leader before being promoted to the handyman program. He has had 10 years of experience in home remodeling, flooring, electrical, plumbing, carpentry, roofing, appliances, drywall, furniture repair. When not here in Laguna Woods, he enjoys working on his vehicles, off-roading, camping, cooking, and spending time with his wife and 2 children. So we are very pleased to have him with us. Now, this is the brochures about the handyman program. We have frequently asked questions. We have the description of the services. There's a wonderful little booklet that you can pick up anywhere here in the community center about it. And I'm very pleased to give you some statistics about the handyman program. Cheryl, would you please show the first slide? Okay. All right, these are some of the things that we've been asking Vince to do. And these are things that are available, but some of the things that he's been doing in the first week. Folks, this is week number 1 of the handyman service. He's turned maps, he's assembled furniture, general electrical repair on an alteration, installed shelving, weather stripping, an alteration faucet repair, and a shower head replacement. These are just a small representative of the types of things that our handymen do. And we're very pleased. We have pictures here. He's putting a light bulb in a ceiling fan. I don't want to get up on that ladder. Putting together patio furniture, We get them in boxes and we're saying,
yeah.
what do I do with them now? And working on a grill. So we're very, very pleased. We have 51 people signed up first week. And in the first week, we had 24 service requests. So I think it proves to us that this is a much-needed program in United. And again, thank you, Vincent. Okay. Next, I'm going to ask our attorney, Jeff Beaumont, to give us a brief update on the legislation that is coming to bear in Sacramento. You know, this is basically the last month of the assembly up there. We've had a number of bills in, out, and others, some that really affect us. And these are kind of on last legs. So, Jeff, would you give us a rundown, please?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'll start with the bad news, which is the legislation that will impact anybody living in a homeowners association, including United, that if passed will result in added costs. The first bill is Senate Bill 721, and this is a bill that, if passed, will require United, as well as any other residential community that's managed by a homeowners association, to inspect exposed elevated decks, balconies, walkways every 6 years. And by inspecting, meaning taking them apart, taking apart the structural membranes and actually doing destructive testing every 6 years, whether it needs it or not. I testified before a committee in January on this, and we put together some numbers for United alone, and it would result in $1.5 million in added costs just to comply with this bill if it passes. Again, this is a bill that's pending. Right now, it's in the Assembly Business and Professions Community Committee, and it's set to be heard for another hearing tomorrow. So I'll keep you updated on that as well. There's another bill that would prohibit communities from imposing qualifications on directors if it passes. This is Senate Bill 1265, and it prohibits an association from prescribing requirements for individuals for serving on the board. So right now, United has certain requirements for candidates to run for the board. If this bill passes, those requirements would be invalidated. And a typical requirement would be that someone that is delinquent in the payment of assessments would not be able to run or serve for the board. That would no longer be a viable qualification. But there's also some other requirements here as well that would prohibit a community from, let's say, saying that somebody has to live in the community to serve on the board. So in essence, what it says is that if there's any qualifications on directors, those would be invalidated if this bill passes. The good news is our bill, Senate Bill 1128, which was really the genesis of Laguna Woods Village and its advocate, and your CEO, Brad Hudson, through my thanks to him, has put a lot of time into this bill. Brad actually testified up in Sacramento on this bill. This is significant if it goes through. It's making a lot of progress right now. 1128, sponsored by Senator Roth. And what this bill would do if it passes would allow you to conduct elections by acclamation. What that means is that if you have 2 positions open on your board and only 2 candidates running, you don't have to go through that whole secret ballot election procedure, which costs United thousands and thousands of dollars to comply with, because if you have so many members that these ballot packages have to be produced, copied, and mailed, that would not have to be required. So again, if you have, for example, 2 people running for the board and only 2 positions open, you wouldn't have to go through the requirement of mailing all the ballots out, the postage, and all that. This would save you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a year in election money that would have to be spent otherwise. Another component of this is, as you know, during your meetings each month, your board proposes changes to rules and policies those rules cannot be adopted for 2 months after the board initially introduces those. There's a law that requires the board to send those out to the members for comment in 30 days before it can actually adopt it. This bill also, under Senate Bill 1128, would reduce the 30 days to 28 days, so it would allow your board to make more efficient and timely decisions on rules. So that's a very good bill if it passes. It's set to be heard again tomorrow, and it's making a lot of good progress.
Thank you, Jeff. I just think it's important that our residents know that we don't always have control, particularly over costs. And when the state puts a bill through, like 721, that's going to cost us beaucoup bucks. It's going to cost all of our residents extra money. That means assessments have to go up, or we have to not do things like waistline remediation or other things in infrastructure that need to be done because the state has mandated this program that's going to cost us all this money. So it's important that our residents know what's going on, and that's why I asked Jeff to report on that this morning. One more thing. In the interest of making our,
I
excuse me.
would just like to ask Jeff one question.
Sure.
Jeff, you said it would cost us 1.5 million in added costs. Was that over a 6-year period or just over a 1-year period?
6-year period. Right now, the bill in its current form would require these mandatory inspections every 6 years. Just to comply with that requirement on that 6-year, our estimate would be about $1.5 million to take apart the number of balconies or decks that you have in United, and to hire the contractors and the structural engineers needed to make that assessment would be about $1.5 million. And that was based on, I think, a $5,000 per balcony estimate. And for those of you that are interested, this is Senate Bill 721. I can't tell you enough how effective and important it would be for you to go on the website, look up who your representative is, and make phone calls and send letters in opposing Senate Bill 721. The more of you that do that, the better. Even though our representative is on our side, he actually opposed this bill. It would just be very, very good support and evidence for that information to be in from you as far as how many of you reached out and opposed this. And that could be brought to the Assembly and the Senate as far as making sure that they're aware of how many of you in United and Laguna Woods Village oppose this bill.
Because as you know, we are a different animal than many of the HOAs or condominium projects that go under this that just have 100, 200 units. We have in United 6,323. So just the magnitude of how it affects Laguna Woods Village is something that we need to make sure that they understand. Andre, you had a question?
Yes, our legal counsel mentioned that the election by acclamation will save us thousands and thousands of dollars. I just want to know how much last election was exactly the case. We have four
I
candidates.
can give you, it's approximately $40,000.
$40,000.
That we
so that's
spend
basically about
with the director, the inspector of elections, to go through the whole election procedure.
Okay. As far as State Bill SB 1265 about qualification for board members, is there any provision that prevent us from listing the violations of each candidate and their criminal records and or anything that board sees as significant to help residents making decisions?
Jeff, can you answer that? Because I know some of it would be a privacy issue. We'd
Yeah, that-
certainly be able to tell how long they've lived in the village and that kind of thing, but
The board cannot disclose violations, whether non-payment of assessments or violations of any rules for privacy issues and for fair housing and other types of legal issues. It can't be disclosed.
Okay, thank you.
all right, last but not least for my chair's remarks. in the interest of making sure that our meetings are as professional as possible and in a timely manner, because I get residents who say, I start watching it on TV, but after 3 hours, I just can't do it anymore. And I know with the wonderful people we have who come to our audience, by the time we get to the end of our agenda, everybody's gone. So we're going to try to tighten things up a little bit. And I'd like to read to you from Robert's Rules in plain English, because our bylaws say that we follow Robert's Rules. Debate and voting. Debate shall be limited to 3 minutes for each speaker who shall not speak more than twice on the same question. This is in regard to directors. We already have the 3-minute limit on members who speak. No member shall speak more than once to the same question unless everyone who wishes has spoken. So we go around, and the directors who wish to speak for or against a motion that we make have a chance to speak. After everyone's had a chance to speak, we see if somebody wants to make a second comment, but there's only 2 allowed. And only the resolves of the resolution shall be debated and acted on. This is when we say, now thereby here be it resolved. And so all of the whereases and stuff at the top are not debatable. So hopefully we follow this, we'll be able to tighten up our meeting a little bit and not go as long for all of you and all of us. Okay, next we have our open forum, and this is 3 minutes per speaker. And hopefully you filled out a card and given it to Cheryl if you would like to speak. This is addressing the Board of Directors on any items that are not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of United. So if it's a GRF issue or a VMS issue or a whatever, that's not within our jurisdiction. There's a maximum time limit of 3 minutes, and a speaker may address the board only once during this period. There is no back and forth. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time, but I think looking at our audience today, 3 minutes will be just fine. So Cheryl, who is our first speaker?
Our first speaker is Mildred Hicks.
Mildred?
Yeah, I'm coming
Okay,
slowly.
all right. Up to the microphone, please.
Okay. I want to speak about the handyman. I think that's a wonderful idea. But for United, I think it's only for part of the list, because the other part we already have as part of our being a co-op, that we cannot be charged for. We have 18 of the list. If you'd like, I can mention all of them. If you don't want me to, I won't.
We are very well aware of that, and so is resident services. So when a resident calls in, they've signed up, they're on the handyman program, and they ask for a service, resident services will be able to tell them that's covered by the co-op, or this is what you need the handyman for. And some of the things on the list that look like they're covered by the co-op, only if it's not an alteration. However, the handyman will do it if it is an alteration. So there's a difference, but we've worked really hard with our resident services group so that when a member calls in, they will be able to tell you, this is covered by handyman, or this is, Andre, may I finish?
No, please, let them talk.
Thank you. All right, Mildred, thank you very much for
You
bringing this
don't
to our
want me
attention.
to do anything
I don't
about
want you to list them all. I think that would be excessive.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Steve Champion.
Good morning. I'm Steve Champion, and my wife is joining me here in the audience, Gail. We live at 908 Unit O, Ronda Sevilla. We've been there almost 1 year. I'd like to start out by thanking each of the board members for your volunteer service to our mutual and to the community. I think most members here, most of those who are not in attendance today, have no idea the amount of work that goes into being a volunteer. And I think a lot of them think you're getting paid. We're here today seeking a clear answer regarding United Laguna Wood Mutual's hard surface flooring policy and approved materials. Historically, noise transference from second floor manors has been an issue for the mutual when members replaced original flooring with hard surface flooring. In 2009, the board acted to address this issue, passing the hard surface flooring policy, which became effective January 1st, 2010. Since 2010, this policy has been revisited 3 times, and the most current policy is Resolution 01-14-58, dated May 13th, 2014. Per minutes, Directors Tibbetts and English were on the board, which unanimously approved the existing policy. That policy states in part that, and I quote, "The installation of hard surface flooring in areas of the manor that are not the kitchen and bathrooms continues to be prohibited in manors on a building level under which another dwelling unit exists." The situation we have is a prior owner replaced carpeted areas of the living room, dining room, hallway, and both bedrooms with a vinyl laminate flooring that we've had questions about. On 2 occasions, we've asked compliance in writing to confirm if that vinyl laminate flooring installed throughout the manor is an approved product under the hard surface flooring policy. To date, we have not received an answer. We've also provided compliance with copies of the manufacturer's material data sheet, and they've inspected the product. Our question for the board today is the installed vinyl laminate flooring in our manor in compliance with existing hard surface flooring policy? We're looking to be good members of the community, but until we have a clear understanding of whether the product is acceptable or not, we remain deeply concerned. And specifically, our concern is at a point in time when we resell and we are faced with disclosure documents. We want to know if we're in compliance or not. Can the board please put our questions to rest? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, our next speaker is Bill Lofholm.
Thank you. My name is Bill Lofholm. I live at 359A. I have questions and comments regarding the mutual's disciplinary system. Here are copies of the questions. And here are some backup for Davis Sterling based for the questions, and some copies of letters from my neighbors supporting me. Number 1, why is it compliance can charge you with 5 different violations without some sort of verification or investigation of at least 4 of them? Davis Sterling says since you have a duty to enforce complaints, you have a duty to investigate them. 2, how is it that complaining neighbor can use the First Amendment to justify her use of recordings to lodge complaints, and the defendant can't use the Sixth Amendment right to have witness testify on their behalf? Only letters from witnesses can be used. I brought 4 letters from 4 of my neighbors that my dogs weren't barking were not a problem. I brought 4 complaints signed by neighbors saying the complaining neighbor had submitted false complaints against them. Number 3, I have PTSD and get very emotional, particularly when threatened with monetary penalties, loss of member privileges up to member termination. Yet one of the board members said they can't do anything against the complainer. We can't throw her out. I was told by security I was found guilty not by the facts but by attitude. Number 4, this neighbor has filed over 800 complaints against her neighbors, most of them false, if not all. Doesn't the board have some responsibility to protect members from harassment? Why does the board have a very subjective definition of nuisance dog barking instead of one similar to Orange County's 30-minute incessant nonstop barking or 60 minutes of intermittent barking in a 24-hour period? Number 6, Davis Sterling says that nuisance has to cause an unreasonable disturbance or annoyance, be injurious to health, be indecent, or unreasonably detrimental to a person's health. Where the mutual says any sound or cry that shall disturb the peace or comfort of the inhabitants of the neighborhood or interfere with any persons in the reasonable comfort and enjoyment of their life and property. The courts have found that the association rules must tolerate certain amount of a nuisance as a common interest development. Number 7, my wife and I were brought into a disciplinary hearing for 70 alleged dog complaints that were said to have occurred over a 2-month period without having the complainant sign the complaints. 11 of my neighbors wrote and signed affidavits to the contrary. Number 8, false complaints from one neighbor against her other neighbors constitute harassment. This neighbor has submitted false complaints against us multiple times. She has submitted many against our neighbors. Why are not we protected? What is discrimination by an HOA? And the last one, how do I get my $250 back from the one substantiated claim, which I think was when the security officer came to my gate and none of the complaints from the neighbor were investigated or substantiated? If you'd like to see these, you can have them. I'd like number 9 answered.
Thank you, Bill.
Want you-
You can give them to the secretary.
Okay, our next speaker is Marilyn Capps. Kappas?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here representing a part of my community on short notice, so please bear with me. I'm in 756H, Mallorca, which means I'm near Gate 3, and I've lived here almost 19 years, actually. And when we first moved in, because we bought this over the internet, I'd never seen this manor. My son found it for us with a lantern. So big surprises. In any case, I'm along the wall that is in the back of Palm Terrace, the large care facility. And on the other side of the wall is a parking area. I took the liberty of walking around and checking it out. On the other side of the wall, there's a planter wall that's about this high. The wall's this high. Then the 3 segments of barbed wire. And I thought any short person with a blanket could throw it over that wire and be in here. So I worked with landscaping, and some bare places were planted. They put in bamboo. It's difficult to climb through bamboo. But in any case, that was 17 years ago. Well, because I'm a dog owner, I know the whole neighborhood. And I'm here representing those who live right against Molten. And I have their petition, their names, addresses, and they are requesting more trees and a higher wall. The noise is unbelievably bad. In fact, I can hear Molten, and I'm behind Palm Terrace. I thought about this, and it came to mind when I lived in Phoenix, in a Del Webb community. There was a proposal to build a highway in the northern part going into Phoenix to eliminate the congestion in the southern part. Well, there was a great debate because this proposed highway would go very close to a large elementary school. And it was determined that the particulates from a parkway like Molten or highway not only is from fossil fuels, it's from the tires. And there's small particles that come off all these tires and would be dangerous to the children's health. So I'm thinking, well, especially during rush hours, there are many particulates being thrown up almost in the face of these people who are right along that wall. And all they want are some fairly mature trees to cut down not only on the noise, but the possible pollution. And like children, many of us are challenged with respiratory concerns. So I'm just presenting this on behalf. All the addresses are there. And if you have any questions.
Thank you. Would you give the petition to Cheryl, please?
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Sandy Reyes.
Hi, Sandy Reese from 712D, behind Gate 3. This is a thing that can be fixed pretty easily. I live along the equestrian trail, and they haven't put chips of mulch down on that trail for like 5 years, and I'm wondering why that is. When I moved in 2000, it was very beautiful, very pretty. When a horse went by your manor, it didn't cause all this dust to come in your windows. Now, there's a lot of dust. And when it rains, a lot of mud. And a lot of dog walkers, joggers use that trail, plus a lot of horsies in the morning. And some of my horsey friends are complaining that when they trot down that trail, that people yell out from the window, "You're rising." Anyways, the point is, it's an easy fix. Either the mulch works because the mulch part settles down and just chips are left on top, so that's good. Or the chips are ideal. You put those. So I'm wondering why that is. A second thing is your lawn mowing. I think maybe someone brought this up in past landscape meetings or something. But when your grass gets 7 or 8 inches long, 6 inches long, your property looks abandoned. It looks terrible. And I went out and measured it with my little ruler. I mean, 6, 7 inches is too long for a lawn that's supposed to be groomed. So that happens up close to Clubhouse 1 all the way down to Gate 3. I mean, amazing. It's never been like that before. So I'm wondering why under our watch are we letting properties look abandoned, and just in the trail hasn't been trimmed on the inside, or the renegade plants or bird drop trees that are growing in there have not been taken away, because it used to be quite beautiful. And now it really, really needs attention. That's it.
Thank you so much.
All right.
That concludes our speakers.
Okay. Anybody else who didn't fill out a card who would like to speak? All right. We will look at some answers. First of all, Mildred, hopefully I gave you some of the answer to yours. The handyman program is 1 week old, and I'm sure there will be other bumps in the road perhaps that we have to smooth out, but we are committed to doing that, and so far we've had what we feel is excellent success. And working with resident services has been very good, that they are trained to be able to differentiate as to what is a co-op and what is an alteration, and what is the handyman to do and what is the mutual to do. Steve and Gail, welcome. Don, would you like to answer the question on hard surface flooring? Or Pat, you were both part of that.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago when we passed that motion.
2014.
But we do have a policy on that, and it should have been taken care of by the owner or by the seller when you purchased. And it obviously wasn't. The policy says that you can have the hardwood in certain areas, and certain areas you can't have it. And I don't believe that's changed, has it? You were? And so your question is, what do you do? Do you, and I think, and I may be wrong, but I think that you have to put in carpet in there.
Pat, did you have a comment?
No, but I can certainly understand their concern.
Yes.
That they would have to put it in their disclosure statement when they go and sell it.
Well, again, theirs is not hardwood. It is hard surface flooring, but it is vinyl. And our policy does allow vinyl. And we're seeing this more and more, particularly with some of our residents who need to use walkers or other wheelchairs, whatever. And carpeting is dangerous for them, and they're putting in the vinyl flooring like it looks like wood, but it's not.
Yeah.
So I
If
think.
they need an up-to-date answer, I would ask compliance. They are, Brad's shaking his hand, he probably knows an up-to-date answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have, thank you. And I think we talked to the champions, I believe, on Friday, and I believe Brittany is providing the written response that they had requested. And it is my impression, based on those discussions, that the kind of material that they have either is compliant or was compliant at the time it was installed. Right. And so I think that's where we're at. But the official written communication will come from legal counsel.
Okay.
Juanita.
Yes, Gary?
I also have the vinyl in my unit, and I guess it's kind of come across my mind, if I need to replace, am I allowed to replace with the same, with vinyl rather than carpet? Because I can't live with carpet, so I'd have to sell.
There's a lot of allergies also that are associated with carpet, et cetera.
Yes.
So that's why the ruling was this way. Yes, Carl?
I believe the intent, because I was Liberty and Hart. Yeah. I believe the intent of the original ruling was the fact that with the wood surfaces, there was noise issues, okay? And people would clippity-clop upstairs, okay? With the vinyl, there's not as much noise, okay? And as a result of that, I mean, I think that was the intent of the whole thing with the wood flooring, okay? With carpeting, you don't have the clippity-clop, and then with the vinyl, you don't have that clippity-clop either.
Yeah, and certain products with vinyl have a padding, a cork base or something that is supposed to help. Now, Steve, Gail, I know your issue. I know that it's not that you dislike the flooring. You just have a problem with a downstairs neighbor who says that it's too loud. And so we are working through that process. I'm sorry, can't speak again. All right. Pat? Yes.
Yes, I would just like to say, I believe that Third actually has a policy on this, and they have certain number of decibels that the upstairs unit cannot make any more noise. And I think it's 51, I can't remember for sure. I think we need to relook at
We also
this
have a noise
whole
policy. We do.
We have an
We have a noise
actual
policy,
number.
yes.
Yeah,
So
we have a
as long
number,
as it
yeah.
doesn't exceed that number, it would be okay then.
Right.
Thank you.
Andre?
This is a response to Mildred. I'm sorry that you're halfway through your presentation. I hope anybody that can talk to Mildred can tell her that I really don't know what her question was. And apparently she was interrupted and then didn't finish her sentence. And I thought that this number 7 is open forum. That's for the residents to express your opinion, and we don't debate on that. We don't discuss on that. We only talk about it at number 8 section. So that's why I was the reason I mentioned that. Usually I don't discuss this kind of thing, but I felt that some of the board members seems to be discussed when I'm trying to encourage the resident to present And one of the things most important as a board member is that we need to listen and listen to your sentence completely before we respond to your questions. So if Mildred, if you can hear us, please let us know what exactly your question is so we can help you out. Thank you.
Juanita.
Yes, Gary?
This is in response to Steve and his wife, and if it was put in there, it was put in there legally, and therefore, I don't see that you need to disclose it. That's just my personal view.
Right, okay. All right, do we have any responses to Bill, besides the fact that this is a disciplinary matter which is confidential and we don't talk about in open board meetings? Is there any other response to him?
No.
Pat?
I wanted to make a response to Marilyn Capso, and this would be a question for Brad.
Oh, okay, well, we haven't
The
gotten there.
wall.
We'll go to that one next, but go ahead.
Oh, the wall that she is proposing that we build, is that not a GRF responsibility? Exterior walls and fences? I'm not sure about it.
It depends. There are some that are GRF and some that are mutual. And so we would have to look at the ownership of the area specifically in question.
Yes, Maggie?
In response to the equestrian trail, I think that's a GRF issue, although it is in United Territory. The equestrian facility is a GRF-controlled facility, so that would come under their landscape department.
But I've heard her complaint, and we'll review that. I'm well aware of the issue of mulch or bark or chips on the trail, which I personally don't like. But that's just me. I prefer a nice DG trail. Again, coming from an equestrian family, I think I'd rather ride on DG than chips and bark.
Would you explain DG?
Decomposed granite.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, but that's open debate. People have different preferences. And we are having a closer look at the trail as we speak. Bruce and I have talked about it a couple of times over the last 2 weeks.
Right, and I do know that we were lacking in mulch for a while. And-
Yes, we did have a mulch crisis here.
Right, so that may be one of the reasons why it was not replaced for a while. Maggie?
You are right, Sandy. The territorial issue is now where it falls, because there is no GRF Landscape Committee anymore. So that then would be a united problem, but Brad is going to deal with that.
Yeah, and we
Thank you.
would work with the club over at the stables and in terms of the kind of maintenance they'd like to see in riding surfaces and those things. So we have a pretty close partnership over there.
To go back to Marilyn's issue, I'm sorry, Carl, did you?
I just wanted to address the, I forget the gentleman's name, regarding the false accusations. I think that
Bill.
can be done. Bill, with regard to closed session.
Your mic?
Sorry. The false accusations with regard to that individual, okay, he brings out some valid points, okay, and I understand that these are closed session issues. Okay. Are we going to further address that to give him some feeling that we're at least looking into that particular issue?
Oh, we definitely are. As he indicated, he has been to disciplinary hearing. Questions have been raised. We've been working with compliance. In some cases, we have avoided the complaints. So it's a matter that basically is for compliance, and that is a confidential matter. I'd like to go back just for a minute to Marilyn. Marilyn, we know that there is a problem on that wall facing Moulton and the shopping center, and particularly now that we've got Aldi's and Dollar Tree in and there's more traffic on that back road. The fence between that and our property is not as secure as it could be. And that's one of the areas that we're looking at enhancing, whether it be with landscaping or Shepherd's Crooks or something. There are a few there in that area. So it is something that we are looking at and we are aware of, but thank you for the petition and the ideas. Yes, Brad?
I might just, and I can't remember if I've reported on this before, but this question has come up about the shorter walls and sound and security and whether the existing structures could accommodate an additional course or two of bricks or blocks. And so I had Ernesto and a structural engineer, he is a structural engineer, but and another engineer take a look at that, and they've reported that the footings on those walls are not sufficient to support additional courses of block to raise the height. So you're either talking about a replacement or some other kind of enhancement there that would not be as heavy as, say, a block extension. So something to think about.
Okay, and we are thinking about it. We will be looking at what we can do, whether it's landscaping, plants or trees or whatever, but the fact of life is Moulton's not going to go away. All right. Yes, Cash?
Well, I just want to thank Marilyn for bringing this problem for her neighbors. That's very nice of you. More and more people, if you look like that for our community, it's very nice. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, are there any other responses? If not, we will go to number 9, which is the update from our VMS director, Anthony Livatore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, directors. It's a pleasure for me to be here reporting on behalf of your 3 nominees for VMS. And I want to also commend you as a board for your attendance at our VMS meetings. It's really encouraging for us, Mary and Dick and myself, to see you there. So kudos to you and thanks for your support. We really appreciate it. Wednesday, as you may know, maybe some of the new directors don't, is our VMS day for meetings. We meet on the first and third Wednesday of the month. And in months where there are 5 Wednesdays, we have a special meeting where we pick a topic or 2, and staff and your VMS directors spend the whole morning getting into this in detail. Now, May 30th was the 5th Wednesday of the month. So we spent a whole day discussing the strategic plan, which I like to use to report to you because it's something that you can have in your hands. I have in my hands and we can discuss. And we took the old plan and staff revised it and came up with revised plan. So we have another strategic plan for 2018. So I want to take this opportunity to let you know where we're at with that. Now, before I get into that, I'd like to divert a little bit. My wife got on my case this morning because I had my suspenders on. And she says, I don't like the suspenders, put on a belt. And I said, why? She says, the suspenders make you look old. Well, guess what? I'm 76. So I think I'm old enough to wear suspenders. Anyway, forgive me for that. And again, there are two major pushes here. Mr. Ernesto Munoz has come up with a project summary schedule for 2018. It is long, detailed, and really is designed for department heads. We, your VMS board, has decided to use our newly revised strategic plan. And it's been gone over by staff. And the 8 directors, because I don't know if you're aware of, but Dennis, I think he's from 3rd at the RF, he's resigned. So we're now down to 8. And we went over this plan page by page and item by item. Briefly, the plan still lists 5 goals. Goal number 1, to provide exemplary service. Goal number 2, to facilitate efficient operations. Goal number 3, provide a safe community. Goal number 4, transparent communications. Goal number 5, become an employer of choice. And let me tell you, goal number 5 is difficult. As you may on TV know that our employment rate nationwide is at the lowest it's been for a long time. And it's also the same way here in Orange County. So if people, to become the employer of choice is I wouldn't say difficult, but we have to really work at that. And staff is much aware of that. And as you may know, we have a company called PayScale. And this PayScale company has a tremendous database. And they can pigeonhole where we are in relation to other employers in Orange County. So just pass that on to you, that it's something we're aware of and something the staff is working on, and your BMS people in our role as oversight are aware of also. So under goal number 1, we have 17 targets or subjects listed, and we have closed out from the old strategic plan, we closed out 5 of them, 5 of the things that we had on our old strategic plan, and I won't get into the detail because we'll be here all morning. Under goal 2, and goal 2 is facilitate efficient operations, we list 23 individual items, and here we have completed items on previous strategic plans. 8 of them have been completed from the old strategic plan, and we still have 23 on the new one. And for goal 3, we have 5 items to go after. And again, remember, goal 3 is provide a safe community. So we have 5 items on there to go after, and we have 3 items from the old plan, previous strategic plan that we have completed. And I can go over that individually with you after, but I won't make it too long. And goal 4 is transparent communications. We've done a lot with this. We list 12 topics and targets that we're going to keep an eye on and pursue this year. And 3 of the items from the previous strategic plan have been done, they're completed. And goal 5, we are taking taking 5 issues for action. And we have closed out 4 from the old strategic plan. In revisiting these strategic plans, I'm impressed at the progress that we have made. Studying to prepare this before you, looking over the old plans that we've had, I, for one, am impressed at the amount of accomplishments that this staff has since the transition. And I think we can really rest at ease. They're working, they're dedicated, and your directors have a good working relationship with them, and you know that from attending our meetings. So with the strategic plan, again, we have a track when I come here, that you can engage me, you'll engage yourself on and ask questions. We have something that we can refer to and communicate with. And so, Madam Chair, that's the extent of my report. This is our new strategic plan, and we also can list to you, and I don't want to take up too much time, of the projects that were completed, because we have a list of completed projects as of May 30th, 2018. So your directors are paying attention. We're working very closely with staff, and again, thanks for your support, and also, as a resident of United, thank you for the Handyman project. That's all I have.
Thank you, Anthony. One.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, in my career of doing strategic plan, it's all about new directions that we're heading to. Okay, maybe I'm from business environment. New directions like customer service, like economic situations, like technology changes, how to improve the company, and as a result, improve the bottom line. As we see that Tesla is totally new direction, and if they don't start it, nobody else started it, and Elon Musk started it, and it's a new direction, and it leads the whole industry revolution. And Amazon.com is also another one, that they go to the new direction, and then they lead the industry. So my question at this point is, what is the new direction that we're heading to at this point? All the project plans that you presented at this point is that if it goes old directions, that's where we are heading to. But what is the new directions that we're heading to that make sure that our this mutual and in our community, we will get better services and ensure that we are going the right direction, heading up instead of just going the same direction?
Well, I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly, but these 5 goals are general directions. And under each direction, we are headed out with new projects, new endeavors. And we have report to you that we've closed out some of the old ones. So in respect of new, we're always on the lookout for things that work, whether they're procedures, policies, staff, whatever. And you can tell in the last 2 years, just in our directors and our staff, and how proactive they've been. I mean, with computers, with this service center out here, there shouldn't be any question about that. And when department heads bring up ideas, new ideas that we should go under, they follow that. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the 5 goals, they're general goals, and I don't believe that that means that they're no longer needed. It's a track to run on, and when you're running on the track, if you see something coming up, whether it's a piece of machinery, anything, staff, that's what we have them for. They'll follow that. So we're not old in the sense that we're doing the same old thing. That's why we revised this strategic plan. And we spent all day Wednesday going over it, deleting the stuff that's done, deleting stuff that doesn't make any sense, and coming up with a track for us to run on this year. Hope that answers your question.
I
Is
think
there
my
a question from any, you've had
Yeah.
your time.
Two-
Is there
two
a question
questions.
from any other director?
Can I ask one more question?
If you can do it quickly.
Yes, very quickly. The new directions will be like implementing up to industry standard project management methodology. It's not about what the machinery. It's about a new management style. And also, at the same time, hold on, let me
Andre-
finish my question. Let me finish my question. And also, our computer system is really outdated. Any new directions that we're heading to make sure our system is serving the customers rather than losing data?
Well, first of all, I don't know if the computer system is outdated, because obviously you're not aware of what Chuck Holland is into. And when you run a place like this, it's just not computers, it's people, it's protocols, it's operations, it's a way to do things, it's everything, it's not just computers. And believe me, Chuck Holland has that covered, along with staff. And thanks to the leadership of Brad and his staff, we're on the forefront, I believe, here in Orange County. I don't think we have anything to be ashamed about. We're not behind in any way. And again, when staff, not directors, come up with some new perspective or some new viewpoint, we're all over it. And then we, as your board, we're into oversight. As you know, our job is deliverables and oversight for deliverables. And I personally think that we're on the cusp, poised to do great things.
Thank you, appreciate that. I would let directors know that the new strategic plan will be in your box if it isn't already as yet. It just.
I believe it is in their boxes.
It is in their boxes already, yeah. Manuel?
Thank you, Juanita. Thank you for your report. I just have this major question regarding our financial planning and our budgeting process that we're all going through right now, whether it's United, VMS, or third and GRF. It puzzles me and also distresses me that the biggest cost item that we have is salaries and related costs. Yet, I doubt if there's one person on any board that has any idea what our employees are paid. So when you have over $100 million budget each year, of which salaries and related costs are over 50% of that, in order to be able to approve these budgets, you would think you would have to have some individual information. You don't have to identify the people, just let us know, what the general manager position pays, what the various department heads do, receiving compensation. And I don't know how else you can approve a meaningful budget without that information. So I'm asking you, what do you receive in order to approve your 5-year plan? As far as
Anthony,
detailed information, in our management agreement, we are entitled to that information, but yet our directors have chosen not to ask for that.
Well, all I can say is this. I come from corporate America, and I do know how to rate a job. I know what people cost, and we have that information. Whether, I don't know what other reassurances you need, but to back our position up, my knowledge and my experience in business, we have a company called PayScale. PayScale has a tremendous database from all over the world, this country, and they can tell us where bargaining employees and non-bargaining employees stand in relationship to what's going on in Orange County. And myself, when I was in job, I bid jobs. I know what wages cost, I know what subsistence costs, and I battled with PCM when I was on your board about what they were doing and got no place. But we do know what people cost us. And to make sure that we're objective about it, we've got a company like PayScale out of Seattle, Washington, that can tell us where we stand at all times. So we're not being hoodwinked. We know what we're doing. And I don't know what else I can say about that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Cash?
I think VMS is doing an excellent job. We have a very good management under Brad. I don't see why people are raising questions as to what you want to find out. That really doesn't mean anything as long as we are making this community sustain and be positive on issues. We always, our budgets are met. There some times when these things are missed, we go back and correct them, and unanimously we come up with the right solutions. I don't understand some of the questions and some of the inquiries, some of the
All right.
things we are asked of VMS today. I didn't.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, I'd like to go on to the next agenda item, which is our CEO report, number 10. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I would just like to say that when I was treasurer and president, I did a lot of analysis on our business planning book, and I was able to find a lot of job categories and how many people were in various departments by going through that and tying the figures out. And so I had some assurance of the budget being reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank
Pat.
you.
All right, Brad, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, members of the community. It's always a pleasure to chat with you and let you know what we're up to. And I'm going to take off of Andre there because I'm pretty proud of our technological achievements so far. Is there much more to do? Sure. You're probably the most advanced HOA in the country right now from a technology perspective. You've got some things here that other folks can't even contemplate, and I'll just name a few, starting with our fleet management software that we implemented about a year ago that is state-of-the-art, top of the industry, used by cities and counties and private sector to manage our fleet, to provide a lot of metrics and data about vehicle replacements and maintenance and types, and it's just outstanding. And so that's something that we never had here before that we have now. We just implemented a major enterprise program with our Human Resources Information System. We've never had anything like that here. It was all paper time cards and a lot of manual reconciliations. Now we've got a state-of-the-art HRIS system. We don't print paper checks. Everything's online, and we're implementing a number of new modules for recruitment, for onboarding, for a number of things that's going to be very, very exciting and save a lot of money for our residents. Got our Ride Now software is innovative. I don't think anybody else has anything like that. Uber has something like it, but I think ours is better. We're beta testing it right now, and what that will do is take the plan at a Plan-A-Ride. That's been my goal all along. If you want a ride somewhere, call us up. We'll come get you right now, not 2 days from now. And so we're not there yet, so don't call now for a ride. We've got a little work to do yet, but we're working on that, and our hope is to come and, rather than have you sit on a bus for an hour to get a carton of milk at Stater Brothers and then another hour to get home, how about we just come get you, take you over there in 5 minutes, and then bring you right back with your carton of milk? That's what we need to do, and that's why we're trying to really look at that transit system and adjust how we get people from here to there, how quickly, how convenient. It's not an activity, it's a service, and we want to provide it in the most efficient and customer service friendly way we can. Dwelling Live, which is nothing innovative or new in the industry. A lot of communities have Dwelling Live. I lived out in the desert for years. We had Dwelling Live, but we never had it here. And we have it now, along with the mobile application that allows you to sign your guests in from anywhere in the world, including Stater Brothers or the library or the mall. And to do it without calling and waiting for a gate ambassador to pick up the phone and to do that, we'll still do that for you as well. But that, combined with the gate technology, is going to allow for a level of security you've never had before. Oh, security, that's really important, isn't it? Well, you know what we've done just recently, and we're just finishing this, putting mobile digital computers in every patrol vehicle. Currently, when an officer comes to your house and there's an incident, then they go back to the office and sit around there for an hour or so and write up the report. That's not efficient. You never want to turn a mobile asset into a fixed post asset. That's very inefficient. We want to keep those mobile assets in the field, patrolling your community. So put the computers in the car. So not only can they do the reports there, but they had no clue what they were coming upon when they went to a call. Go to this manor, lady in distress. Well, that's not much information. And so now they can, as they're going to that manor, they can pull up all the information on that manor, prior histories, prior compliance issues, and have that right in the vehicle as they're pulling up there, know everything about what's going on or what has gone on in that manor, who the occupants are, who the residents are, who their guests that they've signed in are. So it's a total change in the way security is provided here, much more efficient, much more data-driven, huge, huge enhancement for our community. That's just 3 or 4 of the small things we're working on. There are literally hundreds. And we could start, we'll also talk about going digital. We had analog cameras in here and fluorescent light bulbs when I arrived here. Now, almost every GR facility is completely LED, about half the cost to residents for electricity. And all the cameras are digital. TV6 is completely digital. We have security cameras throughout the community. Hundreds of them. I can pull them up right from my computer and see what's going on in the golf course, in the maintenance yard, in many different places. So yeah, it's a sea change. It's a total change. Oh, by the way, you know we never took credit cards before? We've never taken credit cards here. Starting next month, we'll start taking credit cards for all kinds of different activities that you want to pay for in the community. So go on and on and on about the changes that have been made. Oh, I didn't mention our new queuing system. You might know now when you come into resident services, you sign in with your name and manor number, right? And then you just sit down. We don't make you wait in a line. We don't make you stand up. You just queue in, sit down. We'll call you by name. Come on, Pat, it's your turn. And then we'll serve you there. And you say, well, that's kind of good. You know, people don't have to wait in line. They don't have to stand up. But you know what's really good? Is now I have all the data on how long they wait, What are they waiting for? What were my staffing levels? Why they were waiting? How long did it take to serve them? So I have complete metrics on everything to do with walk-in traffic here, and I can adjust staffing levels, training, all kinds of things based on how that volume rolls through there. So yeah, there's a lot of tech going on here. We're currently testing a mobile work order entry system out in the field. We've got about 3 work centers on that right now. And so we'll be able to track every call, every second. It'll be just as good, maybe even better, I'm not promising that, than UPS. So we'll know where the worker is, we'll know where you are, and you'll know when they're getting there. You'll be texted and emailed, actually, just like we're doing now with Ride Now. I was just talking to James Tung, director from Third. He's a frequent user of Dial Ride because his wife has special transportation needs. And so they text him, hey, we'll be there in 2 minutes, James, get ready. And that's what you'll get. The plumber's on the way, they'll be there in 2 minutes, we'll send you a text. And so that's the kind of service we're talking about. Those are the enhancements. And also, that's the cost savings. And residents may say, well, gee, my assessment really hasn't gone down much, though they have gone down in GRF. And I think our first year here, they went down in some of the mutuals. Last year, we had a slight increase. But the enhanced services we're able to get, all this change, all this technology, you're basically getting all this for the same amount you were paying before, plus maybe a couple of percent. So big changes all around, and technology is the driving force. It is the change. It is the thing that will allow us to provide better service, to enhance the community, and do it without raising assessments very much. And that's why I put such a premium on it. That's why I provide thought leadership in that. This is what I've done throughout my career, is bring technology to communities that don't have it. And that's why they hired me here, and that's what I've been doing. And it has worked dramatically, and it will continue to do so. So with that, I'll move on to the handyman program, because I think it's so wonderful, because I've been a little bit of a skeptic. I was worried about its rollout, adding more calls to resident services when they're just really getting a handle on the calls they currently receive. But I've gotten a lot of really nice emails from residents that have convinced me that you absolutely did the right thing. They're so pleased with the service, and they love our employees, and they feel like they're being treated so well. So I just wanted to congratulate the board for having the courage to make that call and to getting this service available. And I've even had, I won't say who it is, I've even had calls from residents who don't live in United trying to sign up for the thing and trying to sneak around, and I've we're not doing that. But anyway, congratulations to you on that. I did want to say a little bit about contractors. We're having a lot of problems with them. And it's parking, it's no permits, and we've had 2 major asbestos incidents, the cleanup of which cost tens of thousands of dollars, which we're going to bill the resident for. So I would implore residents, please don't use these shady contractors who are either unlicensed, don't get permits. If you don't know, come in and see us. We'll be glad to sit down with you and talk about what your project will require. Because the last thing that you want is to have an unqualified contractor come in, expose the community to a bunch of asbestos, and then have us clean it up and send you a bill for $25,000. You just don't want that. And so please come and see us, and we will help you. You have my commitment on that. You might have heard about the fire that broke out last week, and we had I think a pretty good response there. Tim and Chuck and Eileen and the whole team was in place. It didn't get too serious, but we were in contact with the directors, and so I think you knew what was going on. I think we used Code Red this time to communicate with directors, which we hadn't done before, which is another technological innovation. You're probably the only HOA, certainly in California, maybe the country, that has such a powerful tool. Well, how do we get such a tool? Well, we got it because it's a tool that I use in Sacramento County to communicate with the residents there, and we brought it here. That's how you got it. It's very cost effective. It's actually free for text, for email, if you want to do a robocall, it's not free. And so we resist the robocalls except for the most serious of incidents. We did a robocall when the man who had Alzheimer's wandered off from his place and we couldn't find him, and we went ahead and it cost a little bit of money, but we did the robocall. Now, we didn't find him, but he did turn up, I think, at a hotel in San Juan Capistrano a week or so later, but I don't know what happened there. But the tool is very powerful, and it's basically free, and we were able to use it in this instance, and I think it helped out quite a bit. I did want to also report, you're going to see some renovation of gatehouses. Right now, we're doing 10, but we're going to make our way around to 11, 12, and 4, which 4 needs some pretty serious renovation. And then once that's complete, we'll come in and attach the Dwelling Live and gate arm technology to really button up the whole community, to have a lot of data. There's 7 cameras at each gate, and so you coming, going, license plate readers, and all that stuff will help us manage who's coming and going from our community, not only after the fact, but proactively as well. I wanted to also share, and I think an e-blast went out on the SCE. They're doing a major electrical upgrade, primarily centered around United. And they had informed, I think, the community and us that they were going to start on the 6th. Well, I haven't seen them out there, and I don't think anybody else has either. They did not start on the 6th. And those of us who have careers working with Edison are not surprised by such things. They often say one thing and do another, and that's the nature of being a electric utility or a railroad or a tribal nation. You kind of get to do what you want. And so they haven't started. I suspect they will start very shortly, and we'll do our very best to keep the community informed when they do get going. I also wanted to point out we've got a July 1st deadline for golf carts to get the correct decals. We've had a major initiative going here, so if you've been at the community center, you've probably seen a lot of golf carts here. And this is sort of in anticipation of a lot of things. Number one is getting the correct billing for those who are charging their vehicles using mutual electricity. Another part is in anticipation of all the gate arms going up and having RFIDs in place on these vehicles so they can move in and out of the community with relative ease. And so we ask those who haven't brought their carts in, drive it down, and let's get all the correct decals on it. And I don't even think there's a charge for this. Anybody? No, I think it's free. You just come on in and we take care of it. So, yeah, so I think that's a good thing to do. Along those same lines, I wanted to point out a security problem that we're having, and having managed a lot of county and city corporate yards, we have an unusual one here. It's every bit as robust as most cities and counties, but it's completely unsecured. And it's open all the time. All that equipment, supplies, fuel, all our bins for trash. And not only that, it's also a roadway for residents to cut through over to the garden centers or to go to Aldi's. It's completely and totally inappropriate. And so we are securing that up, and we've caught a number of contractors dumping their load into our dumpsters on the weekend over there. Now we've got cameras up throughout that whole thing, so we know what's going on. So we're going to put gates up there, and that will be basically blocked off nights and weekends. You just won't be able to cut through there. So I know for some residents who like to drive their golf cart to Aldi's or to the garden centers, and it is a connection between East and West Village, that we're going to try to find a way, I haven't found it yet, to make that. It's about 100 feet there. We need to connect people, and we're working on that. So I know rumors have been swirling, and I want to confirm them. Yes, we are going to block that off, but we're looking diligently to find a way to get you through there. And so I think we'll be able to do that. I'll just hit a couple of quick things. We still have room on the Father's Day brunch on the 17th at Clubhouse 2. So if you're interested in that, we'd love to have you be our guest. The 4th of July event is being planned and rolling, and fireworks and all kinds of good things going on there. We just put the new furniture at Pool 1 And we've got a few more pieces we're waiting for. Director Gross mentioned it yesterday at the GRF meeting. He likes the higher lounges. You know, people, those low ones are kind of hard to get in and out of for some. And we do have those. They were on back order. They should be here anytime because we do both, low and high. And then I think this is cool only because I sort of and the motivator behind this, but we just started our indoor cycle classes at the new fitness room at Clubhouse 5, and every class filled up within a few minutes. We have 84 residents in these classes, and then we have backlog of hundreds. And so we're going to add some more instructors, and our residents really love to exercise. Fitness is the #1 activity here. You can put tennis, golf, and pickleball together, and there's still more people that go to the fitness centers. And so it's the #1 activity, and so we want to enhance that and expand those classes. I want to highlight also the 90s Luncheon, which is June 19th at Clubhouse 5. We've sold almost 200 tickets. There's a couple hundred left. So if you want to come and honor our residents who have reached their 90s, it's a really good event, and it's always quite interesting the things that these super seniors say and do, including one that's well over 100 that goes to the fitness center every day. So that's interesting. So with that, I did want to point out, you may hear, yesterday we had a vehicle make its way into a manor. And so we're working with the resident who's a driver. Again, just a mistaken pedal, it happens. And then the manor was severely damaged, and we're bringing in an outside contractor to get that taken care of. So we anticipate that'll happen. And then lastly, we did have a couple days ago a small fire. Well, it was in Third in a manor, but I did want to point out that the resident was doing a little stir frying, and just kind of wandered off and started doing something else, and it kind of caused a bit of a problem. So this has happened to my house many times, and it's hard to get those smoke alarms to stop even after you've detected the problem. But I just urge residents, just be very careful, when you're cooking, particularly stovetop, because you can get a fire pretty easily. In this case, it was really more smoke damage and not a lot of fire damage, but nonetheless, they're out of their manor for a few days while we try to assess the damage and clean things up. The fire department goes in hose first. Where there's smoke, there's fire. They take that serious. And so they put the hose on it, and it may just be a smoker. So anyway, I shouldn't badmouth the fire department here on TV. But anyway, so we've had some incidents. We were learning, and I again thank you for the opportunity to comment. And there are so many great things happening. I'm so proud to be associated with this board and this community. And yes, there's a lot of improvements always to be made, and we welcome certainly the board and resident feedback on how to do a better job. And it's just this has been a wonderful job for me, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Brad. Are there any questions from directors? Yes, Gary.
Yesterday, as I was walking in the building, this gentleman was kicking his heels in the air as he was going out the door, and he had to tell me that, he said, when I got here, he said, they told me it'd be a 30-minute wait, and he said it was 30 seconds. He said, I can't believe it. And so this just backs up what you're telling us. And thank you, and resident services.
Now, the queuing system is really a great enhancement. It will be better once we get this organized the way we want it. And then, what we really want to bring to the community, I know, Juanita, you don't like it when I promise things that are out a ways, but we do want to have that call center open, 24/7, 365. Right now, emergency dispatch kind of is your after-hours call center, and you have to remember their primary thing is security and emergencies. And so when you call with, gee, I saw a coyote, or there's a cracked sidewalk, that's really not their primary thing, but when we merge all that together, your service requests, even if you want to make them at 3 in the morning, will get the same treatment as when you call, 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, Monday through Friday. And so that's our goal. We're a little bit ways off from that, but not too far. All the pieces are in place and are moving in the right direction. But I think that is one of the areas where we probably have one of our big deficiencies is the after hours and how those calls are handled. They're not really handled by customer service representatives. They're handled by an emergency dispatcher who really focused on something totally different. So I know Chris is on that. She's sitting there going, yeah, we're going to take care of that. And so we're very excited.
Cash?
I would like to compliment the excellent service Brad is giving us. Most of you don't know that Brad's dedication for our community, he had an opportunity to move, but he decided not to and stay with us. So, he's doing excellent work for us and keep on doing it. Thank you.
Andre?
Thanks for the good work. I understand VMS has been working really diligently, very hard at trying to improve our community, and all those improvements, we can see that and appreciate that. However, the two primary things that I mentioned, one is the project management methodology, which is we are not up to par. I think if we can improve that, it will help us a lot. It includes using the right software, using the right mentality, and proper personnel training. And that will help us improve the efficiency of this environment. And also, I would like to talk about my personal experience. I'm putting a request a year ago, June last year, and I didn't get any response until later that year. And then when I complained during a board meeting, and that's when I got a response and said, oh, please help us, let us know what it is. And I said, isn't that in your system? No, they couldn't find it. Okay, so I'm having a big question about our customer relation management services. And then later on, people came out and said, okay, we're going to do something. And it's another 8 months now. I still haven't got the project work finished. So I don't want to complain on this kind of board because that means that I'm using the board status to try to push something through. But the reason I'm holding it off is because I want to be one of the residents in the community. If they do this, how long does it take for the VMS to respond to some basic questions like that? And I'm still haven't got a response, problem still there. So my question is, do we have a list of outstanding issues with our customer services on their desk every morning so people know that these are way overdue for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year? Do they have that kind of a list on their desk?
Yeah, yes, we do. It's an aged service order list that we look at. Most of those relate to things like, I want a new block wall on Moulton, or concrete repairs, or things like that, or a tree removed. There are things that are not going to be fixed right away that may require board action or additional funding, or, I mean, we are still running a paper-based system for work orders. So until that is gone, you'll have the occasional, the guy lost the paperwork in a truck or something. But that'll be long gone very shortly. And so those kinds of deficiencies won't occur. And the electronic feedback to the customer we put in place as well. That's the other piece that we've never had before. If you want to communicate with a customer, you got to pick up a phone and call them or type an email. There's nothing that's automatic that occurs, when somebody makes a request. So we do have some of that now, but in terms of after a work order is completed, all that kind of has to be done manually. And so it obviously leads to potential errors. When we get that automated, it'll pretty much eliminate that particular problem. I'm sure we'll uncover others, but that one won't be a problem. Generally, our work requests are done pretty quickly unless they relate to something that's more long-term, or where there's a huge backlog, like concrete work. And they're told when they call, yeah, they're about a year behind, so don't look out your window waiting for them, because their concrete work has really never been prioritized in the community. And you probably saw yesterday, those of you at the meeting, where Sheriff specifically set aside a couple $100,000 for concrete work. And I know both United and Third last year made specific allocations to concrete, and so we were able to get many more of those requests. But that is probably constitute the bulk of the really backlogged calls, concrete.
Yeah, my concern is that my
Andre,
request.
question asked, question answered.
No,
We're moving on.
no, my question is not answered.
I have a
He answered your
question
question.
for Andre.
Hold on, you, wait
I have
until
a
I finish
question
my
for you.
question.
You've already asked yours.
Wait until no, I haven't asked my question.
Hold on, I'll interject. We have to defer to the meeting chair. Please respect the meeting chair. Go
May
ahead.
I ask
No,
who
stop,
you
stop,
are?
stop.
You are not a board member, you're not a board chair.
Go ahead.
Okay.
The chair takes. Go
So,
ahead,
so
Chair.
my question is,
I call
Andre,
the calendar.
Andre,
I
the chair
call
has the
the
floor. The chair
calendar.
has the floor. You're not recognized.
I haven't
I
been
call the
answered.
agenda.
You said my question is.
Yes.
You gave
I
a question.
call
No,
he answered it.
I
agenda.
haven't finished yet.
I
I will want to
asked
finish
for
my
a
question.
recess.
In this board, some
I asked for a
questions, if
recess.
it's not beautified,
All right.
sound good, you are not allowed to ask questions.
I
here.
want to ask one.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess while everybody cools off. The meeting will come back to order.
We're on number 11.
And we're on number
I've got-
11.
I've got a
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry. We had one comment from. Hold on.
I have a
Gary.
question for Andre. I would like a board update on the findings for the 2017 invoice investigation that you did and your findings on that.
You're the chair, you gotta maintain order.
Okay.
Go back to the agenda.
Do you have an answer for that, Andre? That really is not on the agenda, so perhaps it's something we can ask.
What is
over
the
there.
question what's the concern you're asking?
Yeah,
Right.
it's not on
You-
the agenda, so.
You
it
asked
really-
the board about 6 months ago that, to make provisions for you so that you could review all of the 2017 invoices. And I think that we should have an update on that since we paid money to set it up for you.
I didn't ask for that. Where's the meeting minutes statement on that?
Okay.
All right.
And I want to talk about. I still
Thank
wanna talk
you.
about,
Point of order,
the
I
system-
have called for
Andre.
the agenda.
All right,
in
the next
this
item on the
environment,
agenda is
if you don't say
the
anything good about
consent-
VMS, you are not allowed to
Go ahead,
talk.
go ahead.
We
It's our
need
job to make sure
security.
VMS is doing their job.
Security.
All right, we're going to go down to number 11, which is the consent calendar. These are matters that are listed under the consent calendar recommended for action by various committees. They'll be enacted by the board in one motion. In the event that there is an item a board member would like removed from the consent calendar, it shall be then subject to further discussion. And on the consent calendar this time, we have two approvals from our Architectural Control and Standards Committee, which is alterations, and one for the Finance Committee recommendations. The number one under B, we are removing because they paid their outstanding assessment. So we just have number two. May I have a motion, please, for the consent calendar?
I so move.
Is there a second?
I second.
Cash? All right, is there any discussion? Hearing none, that will be with, the consent calendar is approved without objection. Okay, now we get down to unfinished business. Unfinished business is things that were presented in most cases 2 months ago because, anyway, the 30-day notification has been satisfied. And as we mentioned, sometimes we have 30 days between a meeting, sometimes we only have 20 or 29, and we have to go for 2 months. And to some people, that's very confusing because they don't remember from one time to another. So we have a number of issues on the unfinished business that has been satisfied, and we will take votes on these particular ones. I will entertain a motion for 12A to adopt an appliance policy revision.
Appliance policy, whereas the United Laguna Woods Mutual has a policy for the repair and replacement of specific major appliances maintained within the mutual's dwelling units, and whereas the staff has investigated and analyzed the level of effort required to replace the various appliances and the impact this activity has on the overall performance of the corporation, whereas current mutual policy does not allow our staff to perform appliance installations where the member has alteration countertops and cabinets, which has caused hardship to the members, whereas standard appliances have only been offered in white or black, with some appliances only being available in one of the finished colors, resulting in mismatched appliances. Now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the revised appliance policy to allow standard appliances to be installed by where alteration cabinets or countertops are present only if the member signs a waiver releasing the mutual of any liability. Resolve further that standard appliances can be defined as specific model and brand manufacturer of appliances with finishes available in white, black, and stainless steel to be installed by the mutual within the dwelling unit. Resolved further that although the appliance features may be the same, the finish color may alter the price of the appliance. The mutual will be responsible for the cost of the appliance with the lowest price finish, and the member shall be responsible for any cost differential of a more expensive finish. In the case of a disbursement request, all standard appliances will be valued at the cost of the lowest price finish, regardless of the existing finish, and resolved further that Resolution 01-1696, adopted September 13, 2016, is hereby superseded and canceled. Resolved further that all officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Is there a second? Cash? All right, we will go to discussion, and I remind our directors that when we go around the first time, you may speak in favor of the motion or against the motion. We will hear all directors who wish to speak before we're allowed to do a second time, and no more than 2 comments on any issue, and you can speak only to the therefore be it resolved part. Manuel, do you have, okay, Cash? Pat? Andre?
I have a comment about this policy here.
Are you
I
in
know-
favor or against the policy?
I don't know, because the question is not answered.
You can only speak in favor or against the policy. Quiet time for questions is past.
I need some answers. in
Well,
order
then
to
you
make
are
this
against the
decision.
policy. Don? Okay. Maggie?
No comment.
No comment.
Okay. Raisa?
I have a question, can I ask?
No.
On unfinished business, these have been up for questions for the last 30, 60 days. If you had questions, you should have asked them then. And now it is up for a vote. You're either for it or against it. If your question is one that the policy doesn't answer, then you are against the policy. Carl?
No comment.
All right. Then I will call for the vote. All of those in favor of the motion?
Question, do we discuss on this at all?
Not
We did that
now.
last month.
We did last time when it was initially.
Why,
amended.
then why the delay? Delay is to collect opinions about this issue. and
Point of
think
order.
about-
I'm not going to argue this with you, Andre. These are second reading. We have already gone through, we have debated, we have discussed them. If you had any questions, you should have brought that up during the 30-day discussion period. And now we are here to vote
So is that the
either
rule
up
that
or down.
the second vote, we are not allowed to ask questions, even if we find out some
You
other
just-
evidence?
You state you are for it or against it. If you are against it, then you state why. That's it, all we do on unfinished business. So
Okay, let me
all of
state
those in
against
favor
it. Can I
of
state
the-
against it and give the reason why?
No. Not now. You had your opportunity when I went around to say I am in favor of or I am
Because
against.
you stated.
The
then your
vote
answer
has
is
been
no.
called. The vote has been called.
All right, all of those in favor of the motion to adopt the appliance policy revisions, please raise your hand. 4, 5, 6, 7, and all those opposed? 7-2, the motion passes. Second one, would you read, please, 12B? This is a motion to adopt revised alteration standards on satellite dishes.
Whereas the Architectural Control and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise the Alteration Standard 7, satellite dishes, now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following revision of Alteration Standard 7 satellite dishes. 1, general requirements, see standard section 1, general requirements. 2, applications. With the application for mutual consent, a plan shall be submitted that indicates that all work to be done, type of satellite dish, full description, location on building, anchoring, cable routing, and relevant information regarding all attachments. Site location will be contingent upon removal by the approval by the Alterations Division. All steel mounting components for the satellite dish must be galvanized or zinc coated. In the event that a satellite dish must be removed for any reason, it shall be the member's responsibility to remove and properly store it until such time that maintenance work has been completed. No satellite dish will be permitted or installed on roofs with mutual photovoltaic system, solar panels, or areas which may pose a hazard to residents or workmen due to its location and/or dimensions. Penetrations through walls shall be thoroughly sealed. Penetrations through roofs are strictly prohibited. The length of its exterior cable runs must be kept to a minimum. All cables shall be installed in wire mold, vinyl or aluminum, and painted to match the surface attached to. According to the plan submitted and the need for specific satellite dish gear, the members shall make all efforts to install a unit that will be hidden from sight and is as compact as possible. The mutual retains the right to request screening to hide the dish from view. All satellite dishes and exterior cables shall be removed. All penetrations shall be properly attached, sealed, and texture painted to match the surfaces prior to the sale or transfer of the property. Equipment, no more than one dish per dwelling is allowed. No satellite dish shall exceed 36 inches in diameter. All satellite dishes shall be installed only within the perimeter of patios, balconies, or on flat roofs. A tripod or pipe mount must be utilized for patio or balcony installations. Attaching a satellite dish or any of its components directly to the building is strictly prohibited. Satellite dish installation is permitted on flat roofs when the location does not interfere with the overall visual continuity of the unit and/or surrounding area. The satellite dish must be mounted on a non-penetrating stand, weighted down with a minimum of 4 8x8 by 16 cinder blocks, and must be located only above the subject unit and at least 10 feet from the roof edge. Attaching a satellite dish or any of its components directly to a roof is strictly prohibited. For installation of a satellite dish onto a flat PVC cool roof, the member must install a 3-foot by 3-foot satellite dish pad provided by the mutual's roofing contractor at the expense of the member. Resolved further that Resolution 01-1374, adopted May 14, 2013, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolved further that the officers and agents of the corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
I second it.
All right, it's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Pat that we adopt the revised alteration standard satellite dishes. Again, I'll go around manual. Do you want to speak in favor or against this? Cash?
In favor of?
Okay, Pat?
No comment.
Andre, do you have a comment?
Yes. Yes, I have some comment about the process that we are supposed to be communicate to the members why we say no and yes.
Andre, your time is
And,
to speak in favor of or against this particular motion. You'll have time at the end of the meeting for any comments that you want to make.
And we are supposed to have a communication and transparency, but at this point, it seems like we can only communicate behind the door.
All right, Andre,
not in
that's
front of
enough.
the residents.
Pat,
So that's my guess.
Don, do you speak in favor? Okay.
No
Maggie?
comment.
No comment.
Gary? Raisa?
No comment.
And Carl, all right. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of this revised alteration standard number 7, please raise your hand. Any against? All right, it passes unanimously. All right, we will go to 12C.
Revised alteration standard 8 block walls. Whereas the Architectural Control and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise Alteration Standard 8 block walls, now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following Alteration Standard 8 block walls. 1, general requirements, C standard, section 1, general requirements. 2, applications. All walls shall be of slumpstone block 4 by 4 by 16, 4 by 6 by 16, or 6 by 6 by 16, slumpstone or block to match existing wall. Block will be painted in conformance with the Mutual's policy on exterior paint colors. Excess mortar will be removed. Weep holes of the proper size and location shall be provided as needed. In each case, the site will be inspected by the Alterations Division prior to work for adjustments pertaining to this section. No block walls will be allowed that will hinder yard drainage. No block walls will be allowed in areas where access for maintenance is required. In no case will a block wall or its related components cover sprinklers, sprinkler lines, or other related items. No block wall will be allowed that may encroach upon a view of a neighboring manor as determined by the Alterations Division. No block walls will be permitted in common area. Applications, no wall shall be over 5 feet or under 12 inches in height. Existing patio block walls may be raised or lowered in accordance with these dimensions and the location as determined by the Alterations Division. Gates constructed in accordance with Mutual Standard 17, patio gates and courtyard doors may be incorporated into a block wall as approved by the Alterations Division. Gaps between patio block walls may be filled in with materials that are in accordance with Mutual Standard 16 fences, wrought iron, and Mutual Standard 17 patio gates and courtyard doors to match any existing gate. Wrought iron fences constructed in accordance with the Mutual Standard 16 fences, wrought iron may be incorporated on a block wall as approved by the Alterations Division. Walls may be covered with stucco to match the building. The stucco finish must match the existing texture and color. Grout lines must be flush with the existing block prior to stucco application. Brick or tile caps may be permitted. All walls shall be constructed within the approved patio dimensions. Patio slabs shall not be extended without written approval of the board. All walls shall be constructed on engineered footings. Planting areas between the wall and slab are acceptable. Maintenance of these planter areas shall become the sole responsibility of the mutual member. Lattice or bamboo panels are not allowed on block walls. Sprinklers will be revised only by the mutual's designated landscape crew. The cost of such revision shall be borne by the mutual member. No sprinklers will be placed inside any patio area by the mutual's designated landscape crews, and any systems added shall not be connected to the mutual-owned system. The size of openings is optional and must be approved by the Alterations Division. Openings must be located such as to maintain symmetry along the patio wall. The top of an opening shall be in line with the top of the windows of the manor. The first opening shall set a size and location precedent for any future openings on patio walls on the same side of the building. The finished openings must match the existing finish on the patio wall. Wood finish trim or brick veneer is not allowed. Neighborhood awareness forms may be required as determined by the Alterations Division. Resolved further that Resolution 01-1375, adopted May 14, 2013, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Gary. It's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Gary that we adopt revised Alteration Standard 8 on block walls. Manuel, do you want to speak in favor or against this motion? In favor. Cash? In favor. Okay, all right. Andre?
No comment.
Don? Maggie?
No comment.
In favor.
Raisa? No comment. Okay, and Carl, okay. Then I will call for the vote. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. 7, all those opposed? 1. Are you abstaining?
Yes.
All right. So 7, 1, 1. The motion passes. We now get to 12D. This is a motion to adopt a resolution for interior inspection of unoccupied units. Would you read the resolution, please?
Whereas unoccupied units present a number of concerns to United Mutual and its residents, and those concerns increase the longer the unit is unoccupied, it is to the benefit of United and its residents to inspect the condition of units which have been unoccupied for 6 months or more. Whereas, based on corporate counsel's opinion and the Mutual's governing documents, the Mutual has the right to inspect units at any time in the event of an emergency, and the right to enter units at a reasonable hour in non-emergency situations for the purpose of performing maintenance. Now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the unoccupied unit inspection policy. Resolved further, a unit will be considered unoccupied when no record of occupancy has occurred within a 6-month period. Resolved further, when a unit is unoccupied, the owner of record shall file a key with Resident Services for emergency and maintenance access. If no key is on file, the services of a locksmith will be employed to go in to gain access to the unit and the cost thereof charged to the member. Resolved further that except in case of an emergency inspection, the Mutual will provide a minimum of 15 days notice of inspection to the owner of record of each unoccupied unit. Resolved further, the Mutual will conduct non-emergency inspections after said notice unless the owner submits a letter of objection. Resolved further, if the owner of record objects or specifically denies entry, the matter will be referred to the board for member disciplinary action. Resolved further, non-emergency inspections will be conducted with security personnel in attendance to document and ensure there is no adverse impact upon the unit interior by the Mutual's inspection. Resolved further, the inspector will identify and note conditions within the units and facilitate remediation of adverse functional conditions identified if necessary to protect against damage to Mutual property, common area damage, or nuisance to neighboring residents. Resolved further that necessary emergency repairs that are required to prevent damage to Mutual property that are the responsibility of the member will be carried out and charged to the owner of record. Resolved further that necessary emergency repairs that are the responsibility of the Mutual will be carried out at Mutual cost. Resolved further that Resolution 0108-196, adopted November 14, 2008, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I have read the resolution as it was passed last time, and so we read it with that addition this time. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Pat, thank you. It's been moved by Maggie and Pat, seconded by Pat, that we adopt the resolution for interior inspection of unoccupied units. Is there anybody who wants to speak in favor of this issue? Is there any director that would like to speak in opposition to this? Andre?
Last time I request whether is this a real problem or if this is just imaginary problem. And remember we talked about whether it's an excessive problem for unoccupied units. And I haven't got any statistics from the VMS and understand whether is there a big problem or is it just something we want the board decide to do something and make some regulation on things. So do we have any information on whether an occupied unit has any excessive problems or not.
This is not a dialogue. This is up for vote. If
Then
you're
I will
voting
s-
against it, you're telling us why you're voting against it, and that's it.
Okay, I will vote no because
Right.
the information
Don?
is not complete for me. Can I
Maggie?
explain why I vote no?
No.
No.
You did, Gary. You've already told us. Brisa?
Okay,
Well, and
call
Carl?
for the vote.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, it's 7-2, and the motion passes. We'll go to 12E, a motion to adopt the resale correction policy that has satisfied 30-day notification. Madam Secretary, will you read? the-
Whereas on April 8, 2008, the Board of Directors approved Resolution 010865, establishing an 18-month time requirement for new members to complete corrections for which funds had been held from the seller. Whereas resale inspections and inspection reports are an integral part of the resale process, and corrections noted on the inspection reports are vital for the protection of mutual property and assets. Whereas staff has found current resale policy to be administratively burdensome and withholds funds for an unreasonable length of time, now therefore be it resolved, June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the resale correction policy. Resolve further corrections and deficiencies found in the resale inspection will be noted in the report and will be provided to the seller. Resolve further the seller will be held responsible for the corrections and deficiencies. Resolve further corrections and repairs to mutual property and assets shall be completed by the close of escrow. Resolve further, if circumstances beyond the control of the member prevent them from effecting the corrections, upon approval of 3 officers of the board, the member may transfer the responsibility of repairs to the buyer. Resolve further that Resolution 010865, adopted April 8, 2008, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Carl. It's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Carl that we adopt the resale correction policy. Does anybody want to speak in favor of this policy? Hearing none, does someone want to speak against the adoption of this policy? Andre?
I will vote no unless some issues being resolved here. The reason I vote for no is because when I bought my unit, the screen door was missing, and I mentioned that to my real estate agent. And after I paid my mortgage, signed off my mortgage, I went back to the unit, and the screen door was still missing. So I asked BMS and said, how come you didn't put it on the list? The response was, we didn't put on the list, so it must be there. So we are not responsible for that. But I mentioned that to the real estate agent. Unfortunately, real estate agent never passed on this information to the VMS. As a result, I am liable for that missing unit. So I need to have some way to understand where is the checklist, how come they missed that kind of thing. So until that issue being resolved, we are putting the burden totally on the buyer if the problem is not resolved.
Thank you, Andre. Don?
No comment.
Maggie?
No comment?
No comment.
All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the resale correction policy, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, it is 8-1 and the policy passes. Would you please read 12F, a motion to adopt a resolution on a policy for alteration of soffits and suspended ceilings.
Whereas the Board of Directors of United Laguna Woods Mutual established policies and procedures for the construction of any alterations, additions, and expansions, and whereas the Board, through Resolution 01-1794, adopted and implemented the revised land use policy which prohibits the Board from granting use of common area for alterations, whereas the Davis-Sterling Common Interest Development Act defines the area above the interior surface of a unit as common area, and staff receives numerous requests for alterations to remove suspended ceilings and soffits, which, if done, would encroach into this common area. Whereas the Board has consulted with staff and legal counsel and determined that the Act permits the granting of exclusive use of common area that is generally inaccessible and not of general use to the membership at large, and transfers the responsibility of maintenance and management to the shareholder. And whereas the Board has determined that the area above suspended ceilings and soffits meets this requirement, now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the following resolution for establishment of the policy for alteration of soffits and suspended ceilings. Resolve further, an alteration which removes suspended ceilings and soffits that does not negatively affect structural members or the structural soundness of the structure that meets the criteria set forth in the United Architectural Review procedures may be approved by staff through the mutual consent process. Resolve further, any such alteration, with the exception of alterations permitted by existing and future mutual standards, shall not include any alteration of the structural members or protrude or affect any space above the lowest part of the structural members. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Gary. It's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Gary that we adopt the resolution policy for, on alterations of soffits and suspended ceilings, which has, the 30-day notification has been satisfied. Is there anybody who wants to speak further in favor of this motion?
I just want a little minor clarification. Are there any soffits that are structural members? Never, right?
No, there are not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking back at Department Head Wayland, who's shaking his head no, so we will dare. Is there anybody who wishes to speak against this motion? I will call for the vote. All those in favor? It is unanimous. All right, would you read, please, the motion for 12G, a motion to adopt a resolution for alteration standard number 1, general requirements.
Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, whereas the general requirements are and should remain the same for all alteration standards, and amending the general requirements requires amending every individual alteration standard, whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to remove the general requirements from each individual alteration standard and create a new alteration standard for the general requirements, eliminating the need to revise all of the alteration standards for a revision to the general requirements. Now, therefore, be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following standard, Section 1, for the general requirements of all alteration standards. 1, permits and fees. A mutual permit is required for all alterations to the building. A City of Laguna Woods permit may be required. All fees for both mutual and city permits shall be paid for by the member and/or his contractor, his or her contractor. Member and/or his or her contractor must provide the alterations division with city permit numbers prior to beginning work. Member's responsibility. The member is solely responsible for the maintenance, repair, and/or removal of all alterations to the building. codes, and regulations. All work shall comply with all applicable local, state, and federal requirements, including but not limited to the current edition of the National Electric Code. Work hours. No work shall commence prior to 7 a.m., and no work shall be permitted after 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Work on Saturday shall be permitted from 9 to 3 for work which results in construction-related noise, e.g. cutting tile, hammering, and the use of power tools. For work that does not result in excessive noise, such as painting and carpet installations, permitted hours are 7 to 5. No work whatsoever shall be permitted on Sunday or holidays. Plans. The member applying for the permit shall provide to the Alterations Division a detailed plan for approval indicating all work to be done, size, location, description, and specifications. Dump sites. The premises shall be kept free of accumulation of waste materials and/or rubbish caused by construction work. The member and/or his contractor are responsible for removal of debris and excess material and must leave work areas broom clean daily. Use of community dump sites for construction-related dumping is not permitted. Cleaning of paint tools, buckets, or equipment is prohibited in common areas. Contractors or members' dumpsters, if required, may not be placed in cul-de-sacs or parking spaces. Location must be approved by the Alteration Division. Contractor. Installation must be performed by a California licensed contractor of the appropriate trade. Contractors' conduct. Members, contractors, their personnel, and subcontractors shall refrain at all times from using profanity, abusive or loud language, and must wear shirts at all times. Radio, MP3, CD, or cassette players are not permitted on the project site. Contractor personnel will at all times extend and exhibit a courteous demeanor to residents. Parking. Parking of contractors and other invitees' vehicles is prohibited in covered resident parking, open resident spaces, handicap spaces, cul-de-sacs, or fire lanes. Contractors or other invitees must park in the street. To the extent possible, contractors or other invitees' vehicles should be limited in number. Resolved further that the general requirements of all alteration standards will be modified to reflect the changes. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Gary. All right, it has been moved and seconded to adopt the resolution for alteration standard number 1. Is there anyone who would like to speak further in favor of this? Cash?
I want to speak in favor of it, except that we had resolved that we will charge the contractor some deposit, and I don't see it in this.
That's in a different standard and resolution. It's not in the general resolution. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this resolution? Andre?
In 1.8, I thought last time we have the extensive talk about the radio, MP3, CD, or cassette players are not permitted on the project site. And I mentioned, I believe many of you agreed that if it's not noisy to other people, if they have a headphone on, if it's not bothering other people, radio, MP3, CD, cassette players shouldn't be disallowed on the project side. The purpose of this conduct is to prevent contractor from making noise, bothering neighbors. If they are not bothering neighbors, there's no need to prevent them, stop them from using their own entertainment. And also, a lot of times, their tools are quite noisy, so they need some kind of a headset to protect themselves. So I thought we had extensive talk, and it was determined that we're going to send it back and add statements here. But I don't see anything. This is still the old statement here. Second thing is, it has come to my attention that several residents has complained that the contractor did the whole permit issue themselves, so they are not aware of contractors are violating or things they do are violating the rules. So I don't think there's any way that I don't know if there's any way we need to require the signature of the owner or their presence and aware of this one. So now that we put out this regulation, and one point to state, the member is solely responsible, but they didn't know what they are violating. And that is my biggest concern. And in that case, there are many contractors in our community that did things on their own without notifying the member, and that's going to cause a lot of fines on the members, especially when the fines come in late and the contractors are already gone. They have no recourse on that, and they didn't even realize they violated the rule. So I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Andre. Carl?
In 1.7, which basically refers back to... On 1.7, which refers back, I think, to the alterations manual, which is currently published, okay, it indicates that a contractor is required for all work that's done that's $500 or more, and in this day and age, $500 is basically almost, it's not really applicable, okay? So under the circumstances right now, unless we specifically address the fact that the installation must be performed by a California licensed contractor of the appropriate trade, I say, because I can do a lot of the work myself, and this is not work that requires anything much more than like replacing closets or what have you, okay? That would be more than $500, or in any specific issue, this indicates that a contractor must be doing all of the work. It doesn't specifically state that it can be done by the homeowner, so, the member. So under the circumstances, I would have to vote against this.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, those in favor of the resolution for alteration standards number 1, please raise your hand. 6, and all those opposed? 6-3, the motion passes. Would you read 12H, please? Resolution for the alteration standard number 6 on air conditioners.
Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise alteration 6, air conditioning units, heat pumps. Now therefore be it resolved, June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the following alteration standards: 6, air conditioning units, heat pumps. General requirements, see standard section 1, general requirements. Units must be, number 2, 1. Units must be installed in knockout panel areas, under windows, or as determined by the Alterations Division. Units must not be located more than 12 inches off the floor as measured from the bottom of the unit, unless otherwise approved by the Alterations Division due to site conditions. No unit may project directly into a walkway area or into a breezeway. Window-mounted units are prohibited. Sleeves must be painted to match the color of the wall. Above-grade installation of heat pumps require condensation drain line connection to an approved discharge location. Mutual member assumes all responsibilities for any damage that may occur from condensate lines. In the absence of an approved alternate heat source, removal of the ACHP unit and sleeve is prohibited. Removal of sleeves in stucco walls require that the patch must be made in accordance with standard construction practices to maintain the waterproof integrity of the wall. The texture and color must match the existing wall. Removal of sleeves and walls with wood siding must be made in accordance with the standard construction practices to maintain the waterproof integrity of a wall. The entire section of wood siding under a window from trim to trim must be replaced, and the texture and color must match the existing wood siding. Upon the installation of a central heating and air system, the ACHP units and sleeves shall be removed. 3.1, the location of condensers must be approved by the Alterations Division. Prior to permit issuance, consideration will be given to any affected or adjoining units. Mutual member is required to submit signed neighbor awareness forms as deemed needed by the Alterations Division. The size of condensers must not exceed 48 inches high, 37 inches wide, or 36 inches deep. Only one outdoor condensing unit per manor is permitted. All landscape and irrigation revisions to accommodate the location of a condenser must be made by the mutual at the mutual member's expense. Members shall submit a landscape request form with a copy of the site and floor plan with complete dimensions. Condensation drain lines must be routed to an approved location. Roof-mounted condensers are prohibited. Condensers must be installed at ground level and mounted on an approved concrete or plastic pad, and must be located within 24 inches of the building wall and maintain a 36-inch clearance from bedroom windows, other equipment, utility boxes, vents, and walkways. All exterior wiring, condensate, and coolant lines must be encased in a single square sheet metal or vinyl chase, painted to match the color of the wall. The metal chaseway must be of the two-piece type. Chaseways must be made rodent-proof by using wire mesh at the bottom of the chaseways. The length of the runs must be kept to a minimum and be as unobtrusive as possible. Cutting of a cornice molding to accommodate a chaseway shall be performed by removing the affected section of molding, cutting the metal flashing at both ends, applying sealant under the metal flashing, bending the metal flashing to be flush with the wall, and fastening the metal flashing in place using screws. Sealant shall be applied as needed, and the cut ends of the cornice molding shall be sealed. Watertight seals must be provided around all penetrations. Cutting or alternating roof trusses for the installation of air handlers in attic spaces are strictly prohibited. When air handlers are installed in water heater closets, sufficient space must be provided above and around the water heater for repair and replacement of the water heater. Electrical conduit and box must be painted to match the color of the wall. Resolved further that Resolution 01-1457, adopted May 13, 2014, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Go ahead. Cash? All right, it's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Cash that we adopt the revisions to the Alteration Standard 6 on air conditioning. It has satisfied the 30-day notification. Any other director who would like to speak in favor of this? Is there any director that would like to speak against this motion? Andre?
On 3.14, when air handlers are installing water heater closets, sufficient space must be provided. What does sufficient mean? Can anybody answer that question?
Means sufficient, enough.
2 inches, 3 inches, 10 inches, 2 feet?
Depends on the size of the unit.
So it's all subjective.
It's not subjective if you go with sufficient. Are there any other comments? All right. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? 7-2. Before we go on to new business, I'll remind everybody that this unfinished business is the second reading that we have of all the policies. The first reading, which we will go into on new business, is the time that it is notified to our directors and our members, although our directors have had this information given to them before the meeting. Why are we doing all these alteration revisions? We are updating our alterations manual twofold. Number one, to make it easier, more efficient for our staff to have standards that they can follow so that number two, the resident does not have the cost or the time of having to do a variance that comes before the alterations committee. We're trying to simplify. All right, let's look at new business. And this is the first reading, and it is then postponed for 30 days. And that would be our July meeting, not our August meeting. There are 30 days counting today and the day of the meeting, and I checked that out with Jeff, so it will be our July meeting on all of these. Would you read 13A, please?
Revise alteration standard 10 dishwashers. Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise alteration standard 10 dishwashers, now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby introduces the following alteration standard 10 dishwasher. General requirements, see standard section 1, general requirements. Applications, 2.1. All cabinets removed or altered to provide for a dishwasher shall be considered an alteration. Countertops may be raised to accept the height of the new unit and will be considered an alteration. Drain line must have an air gap installed above the counter over the flood line of the sink or countertop and must be accessible for overflow. Dishwasher shall be installed at a maximum of 4 feet from the electrical source, which shall be on a dedicated circuit and in an adjacent cabinet. The mutual will not adjust the temperature of a water heater above 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Preparations, 3.1. When a resident installs a unit that matches the current mutual standard appliance, it will be maintained by the mutual after its initial warranty period. GE non-standard units or other manufacturer's units will not be maintained by the mutual at any time. All mutual appliances are required to be returned to the mutual upon replacement. Failure to return the appliance will negate the appliance reimbursement. Mutual members are responsible for ensuring the appliances owned by the mutual are present in the unit at the time of resale inspection and resale escrow closure. Members are required to check with resident services to verify correct appliance model number. The mutual will pick up any mutual-owned appliance at the mutual's expense and at no charge to the member from the unit to which it is assigned. The member is required to contact the Resident Services Department to report the condition of the appliance and request eligibility for replacement. The mutual will install standard appliances under altered countertops or cabinets when a waiver is signed. The mutual is responsible for repair of standard appliances. Resolved further that Resolution U 9662, adopted May 14, 1996, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. We move this date from June 12th. It will be July meeting. Thank you.
Right.
I move this resolution.
All right, you're moving it to our agenda in July.
In July, right.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Don? Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we put on our July agenda the revisions to the United Architectural Standard Number 10 on dishwashers. Is there any discussion? Carl?
I don't know about California, but in other states, in Texas specifically, okay, in item 2.4, where it indicates that the dishwasher shall be installed on a dedicated circuit in an adjacent cabinet, usually in many instances, the dishwasher shares the circuit with the garbage disposal. So as a result of that, because of the fact it only draws 15 amps, okay, under the circumstances, I think that particular thing is somewhat onerous, and I don't think it's necessary, because the garbage disposal and the dishwasher usually share the same circuit. They're not on at the same time or what have you. So I believe 2.4 needs to get modified.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, we will go back to staff and ask. Yes, Andre?
3.3, we had a lot of discussion previous about who owns the appliance if the member replaced with a non-GE non-approved model or other manufacturer's model. And number 3.3 clearly states that mutual members are responsible for ensuring the appliances owned by the mutual are present in the unit at the time of resale inspection and the resale escrow closure. May I ask, does that mean the owner, well, this one says owner. Did it say owner? Yeah, no, it didn't say member. Does that say member? Does it mean members, if they replaced with a different model, do they need to leave it there? That's my question, number one. And number two, on same paragraph 3.3, members are required to check with resident service to verify record appliance model number. Yes, members are required to that, but a lot of times the members are not providing the buyers of all these information. So the buyers, because they are not aware of the situation, they bought units and found out they are not, and sometimes real estate agent even tell them, say, yeah, United will cover them all, but actually not if it's not the base model. So my question at this point is, who owns the replaced model? And can we make a requirement to members notify buyers, get them sign up so they know what's being replaced? We have even board members running into that kind of situation. So that was my question, and hopefully VMS will be able to make adjustment on that.
Thank you. Are there any other discussion on this? All right.
I think,
go
I'm
ahead,
sorry, I had a comment. I think this emphasizes how important it is to read the escrow paperwork and find out what are listed as alterations. If a buyer and/or a seller finds that they are working with a questionable appliance, then they call up and have somebody come out and verify that it is the standard appliance. Otherwise, it will have to be listed as an alteration in the escrow papers.
Thank you. All right, excuse me. It's been moved and seconded that this be moved to our July agenda. All those in favor?
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, Grace.
If somebody installs a non-standard dishwasher, will it have to be removed before sale or not?
All right, your phone is not on.
If a unit has a non-standard dishwasher, and when it comes to selling it, does it have to be removed or not?
No, it is
No,
just
it's
listed on the escrow papers as an alteration,
Well,
which
thanks.
means the mutual does not have any responsibility for it. Carl?
When we're voting for this is a point of order from my notification. Are we voting for it as currently written, or are we voting for it with regard to the discussions that came?
The latter. We are voting to put it on the July agenda. And in the meantime, we may get other comments from residents, or the board may ask other questions, which we will bring back to the department. And so the resolution that we see in July may look a little different. This is just voting to put it on the agenda. All right, would you read 13B, please?
Oh, did we vote on this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we did. That's right, we started into there. All of those in favor of putting this on the July agenda? Okay, are you voting, Andre?
I'm voting no.
All right.
Because this is not what they should be. It's,
All right, you've already expressed your opinion. All right, so the count is 8-1, and it goes on to our agenda in June.
July.
Excuse me,
I mean, in July, excuse me.
excuse me, may I ask a
Yes.
question?
Mm-hmm.
How do we know which one of the comments that we have heard now?
Well, it's your responsibility as a board member to compare the two resolutions if you think there's any changes. Or what we can do is have our corporate secretary, when she prints out the new resolution, in bold, make any changes that there were from the resolution that we read today. Yes?
But I'm not satisfied with that because I don't know at this point in time which of the modifications are likely to be included. For example, Carl's might be excluded and Andre's may not. I don't know.
No, it's just the finished resolution, and we haven't gotten our comments back from our members as well. So if there is a change from the comments that they brought up, it will be noticed in the resolution.
I disagree with that. I think when we
Yeah, I
vote
have not
for
called on
resolution-
you, Andre.
Okay, I'm going to talk.
Yes?
I disagree with that because when we vote for a resolution, we have to clearly know what we voted for. But at this point, a lot of them are ambiguous, and we don't know what we are voting for, whose comment is on it. And that information is not available. And if you look at the previous resolution, clearly we have talked about, MP3, that kind of thing needs to be modified a little bit, and they are not there.
That
So
was
we-
your recommendation. It was not put in effect by the board.
That's my quarrel.
Period.
We
All
thought the
right,
resolution
Andre,
was-
I'm not going to argue with you. All we're doing is putting this on the July.
What is
and
this?
In between now and July, if you want to make more comments on this and ask for there, then you can do so. We will bring that up at the July meeting. It would be in the staff report that these were modifications, and the resolution itself in bold will show any changes that were made over what was read today. Maggie?
Thank you. On page 4 of 8, on the back of the pink slip, it says June initial notification. Should the board endorse the proposed revisions, staff recommends that a motion be made and seconded to accept the resolution and allow discussion to ensure that the resolution reads to the satisfaction of the board. Staff then recommends that a board member postpones the resolution to the next available board meeting, no less than 30 days from the postponement, to comply with the Civil Code 4360. So we can direct the staff.
So are we recommend a vote to send it back to the staff to correct it for us to vote? Is that the purpose of this vote?
This vote is simply to put it on the agenda in July. Now, we have people who have asked for revisions from it, we will certainly work with staff and the, in this case, the alterations committee, to make any changes that could be made to this, but just because one director requires a change does not mean the resolution will be changed.
So we still don't-
Yes, okay.
Let me
Jeff,
just
would
go
you
over
explain,
the
please?
procedure that's been used. This is the start of the Civil Code's requirement for the board to adopt new procedures and operating rules. And it starts with the board approving this to be put on the agenda to be formally adopted, but also for the board to authorize staff to send this to the members for their review and comment. And that starts the 30-day window that's necessary in order for the board to even approve this. So let's say you today approve this resolution, then it starts the 30-day clock for the members to review it and to provide their comment. At your July meeting, if there's one change to it and the board agrees to that change, whether because of input from you all within the next few days or members giving their comment, at the July meeting, if the resolution comes up with even one change, it starts a new 30 days. So to Pat's point, I think if you approve this resolution today to be put on the agenda for July, but there's changes between now and then, they should be redlined and in clear form so you can see what's been changed. And then if you approve the resolution in July with those changes, then it's going to start a new 30 days and it'll be on the August agenda to be approved.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
thank you.
So,
All right,
so my question is, if it's not redlined, it becomes the de facto resolution that we approve or not. Is that correct?
If the resolution is on the July agenda with no changes, then you vote to approve it as presented in July.
And if the staff decide not to put it in there or forgot to put it in there, it becomes de facto and it becomes the second vote.
It's not
That's
staff,
not what
it's
we,
the
that's not
resulting
what we
committee.
want.
That's not correct. You're incorrect. The board dictates what's on the agenda. The board dictates what it votes and approves. And if the resolution before the board in July is in the current form it's in today, then that's what you're going to approve and adopt. It's up to you.
Or vote against.
Or vote against. There's nothing de facto. There's no legal term for de facto with respect to how the board votes on certain matters. The
I
board's in
apologize for my
control.
English.
All right, it's been moved. Do I have a second?
We voted
Oh,
it.
oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Now we come to 13B, and that's a motion to rescind the architectural standard 2.1 on patio covers wood. And notice that this is this is to rescind.
Whereas the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary, and whereas the mutual desires to limit the amount of wood products used in the village, alteration standard 21 patio covers wood should be rescinded in its entirety. Now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby rescinds Resolution 010819, adopted February 12th of 2008, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we move this resolution to rescind the architectural standard 2.1 on patio to our July meeting. Is there anybody that would like to speak against this? Cash?
This resolution is against wood, but it's not giving alternative, what to use in place. This is not complete. This is halfway done. We have to mention or say something about what else is acceptable.
All right, may I ask Kurt to come up and answer that because it is taken care of elsewhere?
Sorry.
This is Kurt Wyman, who is our Director of Moisture Improvement, Architectural Standards, alterations, et cetera.
All the above.
All those things. We have a standard already approved for alternate products for backyard covers for vinyl and aluminum products. So there was 3 before, and now there will be down to 2.
Okay, then what I want to say is then that should be mentioned here, that the alternative so-and-so is under resolution, whatever.
All right, we'll take that comment under advisement, and again, before it goes to the one next month. Yes, Andre?
I thought usually the standard process and standard operating procedure is when you have a old resolution replaced by a new resolution. The new resolution will state in there which resolution it's replacing. In this one, it just says we will rescind this resolution, but we didn't mention which new resolution is replacing this one. I think there's a missing step there. And I understand that you have probably mentioned that there is a new resolution that required to use vinyl and aluminum. But this The second whereas states that mutual desire to limit the amount of wood product used in the village. So, okay, now I understand that you just want to eliminate the wood product. You want to use vinyl and aluminum. And the new resolution is taking effect. But there's no link between the new resolution with this old resolution.
Andre, the
Yes.
top of the page gives you the resolution. It's 0118XX because we do not apply a resolution number to it until it has been approved by the board. So there is no resolution number to put in there. The only one we can put in is the one that we are rescinding.
I think you missed my point. My point is that usually this goes with the new resolution that states what is the new product, what is the old resolution. Here you mentioned you want to limit the wood product. You didn't mention you're going to replace it with vinyl and aluminum, and you mentioned it's going to rescind one, and there's no complete information, and that's why Cash is confused. I'm confused. At this point,
I can answer that.
All right, please, Kurt.
Andre, there's an existing standard that was put in place about 10 years ago for the alternate products. So up until this point, members had a choice of vinyl, aluminum, or wood. So they had the choices all along. All we're doing is removing the wood choice. The other two choices exist. They are their own separate resolutions. So we're not putting any resolution in this one's place. We're just taking this one out completely.
so if
As
I
I said, we're
understand
updating
correctly,
that.
there's one resolution that says you can use vinyl and aluminum, but didn't say anything about wood. The other resolution says you cannot use wood.
Correct.
Because there's one right now that says you can use wood, and so we are rescinding that. But it is
Where does it say-
separate to the vinyl and the, yes, Don?
It says right here, the resolution we're rescinding is 1/8/19, adopted February 12th, 2008. It's in here.
Right. So you can go back and read that resolution.
Why do we have separate the resolution? One allows them, the other one
In the
disallows?
alteration standards, we have a number of standards, and they are 2.1, 2.2, 2.3. This is rescinding one of them. We're not speaking to the whole patio covers.
Why
I
don't we
have
amend the
a-
original one?
Call for the vote.
Yes. Did I have a second on that?
Yes, Pat was the
Pat,
second.
thank you very much. All right, all those in favor of moving this rescinding of architectural standards on patio covers to our July meeting, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Risa, are you voting? I'm sorry, yes, thank you very much. So it is 8-1. Excuse me. Would you read 13A, please? This is a motion to introduce a resolution for a dumpster policy. Dumpster policy?
Can't find it. I don't have it.
All right.
I don't have it
I
either.
have it.
Madam President, there was no resolution.
There was no resolution, it's just the policy.
Only a policy.
Oh, all right.
Right, I'm sorry, yes, you're right, it's just a policy.
Oh, yes, okay.
Page from C.
Do you want me to?
Oh, we did-
I'm reading page 2. All right. Dumpster policy. This policy is intended to regulate the location, identification, and maintenance of dumpsters, contractor trailers, and portable storage containers. All references to dumpsters shall include all of the aforementioned items. No, oh, thank you. No dumping of building materials, construction, remodeling debris, carpet, or large bulky items is allowed in or around any trash receptacle provided by Laguna Woods Village. It is the residents' responsibility to ensure such materials are properly removed from the community by themselves or their contractor. This rule applies to residents performing their own work, contractors, vendors, service companies, and delivery personnel. Dumpsters may be permitted with the following conditions. 24-hour notice is given to security at 949-580-1400. Provide building unit number and the name of the resident. Dumpster must be clearly marked by the contractor or member with the unit number from which the debris is sourced. Location of dumpster must be authorized by the on-duty watch commander or designee. Dumpster must be covered at the end of work each day. The area around the dumpster shall be kept clean and free of debris and dirt. Resident owners shall be responsible for placing and maintaining adequate warning signs, lights, barricades, and devices at all times in order to promote the safe movement of traffic. Dumpsters shall be equipped with reflectors on all sides. Warning devices shall be placed in advance of each dumpster as directed by watch commander or designee. All warning signs, barriers, barricades, flags, and other devices shall comply with or exceed the standards required in the Manual of Uniform Traffic Devices. Dumpsters may be located for a maximum of 7 days. Dumpsters may be the Instabin type. Roll-off dumpsters may be permitted if space allows and with prior approval of staff. No hazardous materials can be disposed of in dumpsters. Dumpsters must have wheeled chocks to prevent movement. Inquiries will be referred to on-duty watch commander for direction as to where the container can be placed. Staff will be assigned to meet with the resident or their contractor to determine an appropriate location for the container. Key considerations for dumpster placement: traffic safety, sufficient room to place and retrieve the container, protection of hardscape and landscape assets, placement on landscaped areas, walkways, or sidewalks is prohibited. Placement in guest spaces and carports is prohibited. Proximity to the unit and efficiency for the contractor. Failure of the member or their contractor to cooperate in placement of the container as directed by staff may result in a disciplinary hearing before the board. Members will be responsible for damages caused by dumpster placement. Removal of encroachments to protect public safety. Whenever the watch commander or designee determines that a dumpster or other encroachment located in the community causes a dangerous condition or obstruction, he or she may cause the immediate removal, relocation, and/or remedy of that condition without prior notice to the responsible owner or permittee of that encroachment. The watch commander or designee may remove or cause to be removed any dumpster or other encroachment that is placed in the community that is in violation of these conditions, provided that a reasonable attempt has been made to contact the owner and to give 24 hours notice of the intent to remove the bin. The responsible property owner and/or operator shall pay all costs incurred by the mutual for removal, storage, or cleanup resulting from the placement of a dumpster.
All right, this is not a resolution. We are going to ask staff to develop a resolution because there are some changes that we felt needed to be made. Maggie, and the main thing is the title.
Yes.
When you say dumpster, people think of the usual trash ones that we have out for everybody to use.
Temporary container is the suggested.
Right, temporary container. That's
Yeah.
when a contractor brings in their own container to
Right.
take away the materials from their construction, and we need to identify that, right, because when we just say dumpster, people just think of their usual dumpsters, trash dumpsters. So would you like to make a motion that we ask staff to develop a resolution on this using the other language?
Do we need a resolution?
If we're going to change the policy, yes, we do. And right now, it is a dumpster policy.
Okay. All right, then I move this resolution. And I move an amendment to the resolution, which is to call it the temporary container policy.
All right, do I have a second for this to be changed to temporary container policy throughout the policy and come back to us at our July meeting? Is there a second? Cash? Are there any other comments?
Carl.
Yes, Carl?
I agree that the word dumpster makes people think of certain things, okay?
Mhm.
But this seems to also indicate contractor trailers and pods, okay, which
Mhm.
temporary containers don't, I mean, I don't want to get, we're trying to make it as simple as possible, but at the same time, we don't want people to specifically say, oh, you guys don't have a policy on contractor trailers or pods. People bring pods in when they move into a
That's a
unit.
temporary container.
That's fine.
And the back of a pickup truck that they're using is also a temporary container. It's whatever you're going to put the material in. So we can further define that in the resolution when we present it next month.
Okay.
Yes, Andre?
Along that way that Carl mentioned, several questions here. Let me finish all the questions before I get interrupted and cannot continue going on. One question is about temporary container is about a truck. Does truck constitute as a dumpster if they use it as a dumpster? Okay, because, please don't interrupt me. Because the second bullet says, clearly marked by the contractor or member with the unit number from which the debris is sourced. So when we define truck as a temporary container, they need to follow these rules. Okay. Locations must be, dumpster must be authorized by the on-duty watch commander or the designee. So does truck use as dumpster need to be authorized? The fourth bullet, dumpster must be covered at the end of each workday. How about weekend? Do they need to be covered? So just a few issues here that we need to talk about it and clarify in that area. I hope that VMS will provide us further definition and clarification on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie?
If it has to be covered at the end of the workday, then apparently it will remain covered all weekend.
Until the next workday.
And I refer you to the very first paragraph, but we can add additions.
All right, we'll take these into consideration when we ask staff to develop the resolution. We'll ask them to further define trucks and pods and weekend covers. Okay, Pat?
And then after that has been developed, they will call for another 30 days.
Correct. The resolution will be brought forth in July, and that resolution will go out for 30 days.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of the resolution for what's now considered the dumpster policy, changing it to the temporary container? Any opposed?
We're voting to send it back to
We're
the
sending
VMS.
it back to develop a resolution, which
Okay.
will be presented to us in July. All right, are there any opposed? All right, it's unanimous. All right, would you read, please, the motion to introduce a resolution for amending the current resale documents, and that is 13D. And you do not have to read all the documents.
That's the good news. Okay. Resolution 0118, whatever. Whereas under the United Laguna Woods Mutual bylaws, the purpose of United is to provide housing to its members on a mutual nonprofit basis. Whereas United is a stock cooperative corporation, and as such, each member is issued a membership stock certificate in United and granted the exclusive right to occupy a specific unit under the terms and conditions of an occupancy agreement, whereby Whereas pursuant to the bylaws, articles of incorporation, and rules, regulations, and board resolutions, members must meet various requirements and qualifications prior to acquiring a membership, stock certificate, and obtaining membership. Whereas Article 3 of the bylaws requires membership applications and related documents to be presented on forms approved by the board. Whereas Article 3 of the bylaws further provides various qualifications for membership and occupancy of units in United, including, among others, age and financial requirements. Whereas United, by and through its board of directors, uses various forms and documents for the resale of memberships in United, including forms and documents used by members and prospective members for the purposes of transferring memberships and the right to exclusively occupy units. Whereas the Board of Directors, through the Governing Documents Review Committee, has identified modifications needed to the resale documents to meet United's current needs, especially modifications necessary to address current rules, regulations, and resolutions, to update technology, to allow alterations to units to be identified, to update staff names and contact information. Now therefore be it resolved June 12, 2018, that the Board of Directors hereby introduces amending the United Mutual resale documents. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of United hereby adopts the resale documents in their amended form as attached hereto as attachment 2, effective August 1, 2018. Be it further resolved that the officers, directors, and agents of United are authorized to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
All right. Is there a second to Maggie's? Don, excuse me. I would like to point out the reason we not having her read every one. If you will look at item 3 of 54, page 3 of 54, the staff report under discussion tells you what are the changes that have been made to these documents. Basically, they've been brought up to date. All of these are the things that have been changed in the documents. And the only other change that I'd like to bring to your attention is on page 4 of 54, in the middle of the page, the form of intention to leave the corporation. Resolution 106133 is not correct. It is the occupancy agreement, section 4, and some of our bylaws. So that got put in by mistake. It is not that resolution. And that also shows up on the form where that is pertinent. Maggie?
Right. The bylaw is Article 3, Section 6, Paragraph B.
Could you state that again?
Article 3, Section 6, Paragraph B as in banana.
All right.
And the chair mentioned about summer resolution, that's incorrect, or could you state the
That
correct
is what she was talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
The intention to leave the corporation, which they show as resolution 106133, there is no such resolution.
Right.
It is the occupancy agreement, section 4, or the bylaws 3, section, number 3, section 3B. That,
Section 6B is
I'm sorry.
very specific. The occupancy
Six.
agreement is not as clear.
Right. So the resolution was put in there incorrectly,
Mhm.
and we have taken that out on there. All right, I have a move and second to postpone this 30 days to our July meeting. Is there any other comment?
And to make that correction. on-
Right, right, and when it comes back in July, we'll have that correction on it. Manny, you're not raising your hand, okay? All of those in favor, please?
Sorry, may I ask a question?
Of course.
This has 54 pages and it's very much involved. Is there any way we can get a little bit more time and public discussion to disclose to the residents what's the impact and what are the alternatives? I don't think anybody can read this 54 documents and then next meeting, we are not allowed to discuss it.
And you don't think 30 days is enough for people to read 54 pages?
It's not, well, you totally missed the point. My point is that if we are not allowed to discuss it, comment on that during the second voting. That is the issue that I'm
Right.
concerned with.
Andre, you also have the 30 days to bring to the attention of the rest of the board, particularly the Document Review Committee, who is putting this forth, any questions or changes that you feel should be presented when we do this in July.
My concern is that we need to do better with the communication and the transparency, bring all the issues, share that with the residents, rather than do
All right,
only the
that's
private
not
discussion.
the issue here. I'm sorry, we can't do that now. We have a motion. Maggie?
This is available in the agenda package for today, so it is available to the residents.
Any resident can go in and look at these?
It has very few changes from the.
Tells you what the changes
resale agreement.
We have all the comments and the discussions and issues in there too. No? I guess not.
Pat?
I'm sorry about this, but I tend to agree with Andre on this one. And I'm going to vote no because I think there's way too much stuff in there to comprehend just the effects of what this is. And especially for our members, it's hard enough for us to understand all this. For our members, I doubt that any of them will even look at it, let alone understand it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? 13D, as in dog, and this is the resale package that we give to everybody who is interested in selling their share. This mainly pertains to our real estate people and what they have to fill out and what we have to give them. Maggie?
I would suggest that we make this package available for residents and realtors who call to request it.
Okay. And it is part of the agenda package that's on the website. All right, in that regard, I would like to let members know if you have comments on these in the next 30 days, please get in touch with us. To that end, 3 of us have started, and I think probably other directors will be doing this. They have offered us an email address, which is our name at at Laguna Woods.
I'll give you yours.
Yeah, he's going to give it. Gary has it, Carl has it, and I have it. So if you have any
Okay.
comments and you don't want to call us,
You can
you can,
notify Juanita at juanita.skillman@lagunawoodsvillage.com.
the lagunawoodsvillage.com website is the one that we've been just recently offered to directors to have one so that members can contact us easily. So if you have a comment when you're looking at this, please feel free to get in touch with us. All right. I have a motion and a second to move this to our July meeting. All of those in favor? 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, and all opposed? Okay, 7-2. All right. Now, the last new business item that we have is a little different from all of these other things. As just to set it up to let you know, we are members of the corporate members, which are all of the officers, all of the directors on all of the boards. And they basically have the responsibility for updating anything on the GRF bylaws and the trust agreement, et cetera. And this one is to call a special meeting of the corporate members to look at 2 sections. Now, we're also asking for a separate corporate members meeting in advance of this probably, to vote on extending the trust, which expires at 2024. And we feel that the first step is to extend the trust, and then we can start looking at making changes that are necessary. But we've been asked to do these specific two things, 6.4.5, and the use of GRF facilities. When we were doing the pickleball, there was a big controversy over what the word facilities actually meant and that it needed clarification. And on the other one, on the removal of directors, there's a question on the 12-month period and when it starts and when it stops, and many directors felt those should be clarified. So a board, and would be our board, has to call for the corporate members meeting. Jeff?
This proposed resolution to call a special meeting of the corporate members has to be done by resolution, which is required by GRF's bylaws. That's why this draft resolution is in your board packet. It addresses 6.4.5 of the GRF bylaws, as well as the discrepancy between the GRF bylaws and trust agreement as it pertains to the use of trust facilities. It does not address the proposed amendment we've discussed to extend the trust. It's not on the agenda. We cannot add that today. An option you have is to go forward with this special meeting to address these two issues, which are before you, or to postpone this and add the trust amendment to extend the term and vote on that either in a special meeting between now and your July meeting or at your July meeting. I just got back word from GRF that they're in agreement with the draft trust agreement, amendment to the trust agreement. Third's attorney gave me a couple minor changes, which are acceptable. So Third's in agreement with the draft we prepared, and the Towers has not expressed an opinion at this point. So at this point, I would just suggest we go forward. It's up to you, but it seems more efficient just to include them all in one meeting.
Okay. Manuel?
So Jeff, you're saying to postpone this then?
That would be my suggestion to be
well,
more efficient.
I'm in favor of that. That's what I suggested all along. Well,
All
let's
right.
do all these when we do the extension. But before we do that, I do have some corrections in this language. Can I express those?
If we're going to postpone it,
Well, let me give you these because it's important. Because one thing I've learned is that not all of the directors have read the trust agreement or the amendments to the trust agreement, the GRF bylaws, and it's imperative, important that you get familiar with all these documents. Now, the reason I have these corrections is because I've been through these documents half a dozen times. And the errors I want to point out are on page 2 of 3. The third paragraph down where it says, whereas pursuant to recital B, and I brought the trust documents with me for this reason. It refers to recital B of the GRF trust agreement. This language is taken from the recital B of the Exhibit B to the GRF trust agreement, which was an agreement between the trustee, United, and United California Bank, okay? You will not find this language in the trust agreement. You will find it in the exhibit. The other thing I wanted to point out is that it also talks about the use of the facilities, and it doesn't refer to the paragraph where it describes that it needs a 2/3 vote of all the corporate members. And I think it should refer to that paragraph, because it also talks about the use of medical facilities and these common amenities. And we no longer have a medical facility, so that needs to be cleaned up. So, again, that's my correction there is on the third paragraph, where it should have the reference to recital B of Exhibit B to the GRF trust agreement. Also down in the next to last paragraph, it says, now, therefore be it resolved, and so on, Next to last sentence says, for the stated purpose of the voting on amended section 6.45 of the GRF bylaws and recital B of the Exhibit B to the GRF trust agreement. Those are very important corrections, because you won't find the reference in the trust agreement. And then the amendment that I'm talking about for the use of the facilities, it's in the amendment that was passed September 29, 1971. And it's in paragraph, it's under terms, and it refers to paragraph J of section 7 of the trust agreement. And it's back in item 3 of that, and it refers back to paragraph 8 of Exhibit B. So I put all these things out because when you prepare a resolution like this, you should refer back to all these documents and quote them and put the correction in there, okay?
All right, thank
So
you.
that's my contribution to
Thank you.
this whole
Pat?
issue.
I totally agree with what Manny has said. However, we had also decided some months back that our best bet on the trust is to simply extend the trust and not make any other changes. Otherwise, we're going to end up with problems with probate and all kinds of things. So that would be my recommendation, not to make any substantial changes at this point in time.
All right, and so you're recommending that, excuse me, that we postpone this until after we have decided on whether or not to extend the trust.
Yes.
All right. Maggie?
I suggest we give this thing a name. I mean, it has no number. It has no name. If one was to look it up, where? What would we refer to? The pink sheet on 13E, page 1 of 3 on the June 5th. I need a name on this. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can agree, and I'll ask for a vote, that there's more work that needs to be done on this. So we will postpone this item. I'm not going to say table because.
This item? Is it this item?
This item, which is 13E.
Okay, this item 13E.
To call a special meeting of the corporate members.
Okay.
Right?
If I, okay.
Of
If
course,
If I
Andre.
understand correctly, this should be a GRF resolution. This is not our resolution.
No, it cannot be a GRF item.
So we are recommending the United Board, so it cannot be a United resolution.
We are
Yes, it
recommending
must
that
be.
we call a corporate members meeting
Yeah.
to
Right.
look at these. Yes, Jeff?
To emphasize what I said earlier, that the GRF bylaws are what govern here.
Right.
And the GRF bylaws specify that there's 3 corporate members in the village, United, Third, and the Towers. Each corporate member has the sole authority to call a special meeting of the corporate members. So any one of the corporate members can call a special meeting of all of the corporate members. And it has to be done by written resolution of that corporate member. So today what we're talking about is United's right as a corporate member by its own resolution to call a special meeting of the corporate members to vote on anything that falls within the authority of the corporate members, like amending the GRF bylaws, things like that.
Manuel?
Well, that was going to be my suggestion along what Jeff said, and that was to label this a resolution to call for a corporate members meeting to approve amendments to the trust agreement and to the GRF bylaws. That was what I was going to
All right.
label it.
Thank you. So instead of just a motion to call what we're going to change E to a motion to propose a resolution? To propose a resolution to call a special meeting of the corporate members. And when we do that, when we set up the agenda, we will say what's on that meeting notice. For July, yes. Andre?
If the corporate member can establish a resolution to call for action, can the residents request a resolution to call for actions?
No.
They are our corporate members. So GRF, we are GRF's corporate member. So can our corporate members call a resolution on us?
No.
So how can we call a resolution on GRF
Because we
board?
are the corporate members, and under the governing documents, we have the right as corporate members, and that's different than the board's members who are it's just like in VMS. We are the members, in the corporate members, we are the members, our residents are not.
I'm talking about corporate member of United Mutual.
It's the corporate member is the United Board.
I'll interject because we've gone over this a few times in board orientation. So the corporate members, like I said earlier, are Third and United in the towers, and that's provided for in the GRF bylaws. That's where it comes from, the GRF bylaws. The corporate members are those members of GRF. United's members are its members. The members of United are the members, the stockholders, certificate holders. Under corporate law, they have certain rights to take action on behalf of themselves by petition, not resolution. They're not corporate members, they're just members of a corporation, which is completely different.
Only directors are the corporate members.
Yeah. Pat, you had a...
Yes, I'd like to ask Jeff a question regarding the requirements for directors under Senate Bill 1265. Would what we're doing in this resolution be contrary to that? No?
We don't know that 1265 is going to pass, but if it
Yeah.
does, we'd have to make some adjustments to our...
That's a good question.
Governing
It would not
documents.
apply to what we're doing here because this is GRF's bylaws and their qualifications for directors to continue to serve based on missed meetings.
Okay.
That bill applies to qualifications to even get on the board.
Right.
Right.
Whether you're
Okay. All right.
delinquent, whether you're
Yeah.
in violation, whether you're a resident or
A
not.
felony
It's a very,
conviction
very good
is
question.
not
There's
a
a big
bar.
distinction. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard, particularly for our residents and other board members, to understand the distinctions between the boards, their responsibilities as a corporate member as opposed to a member of the United Board. So hopefully that clears that up a little. So we have a motion to call a special meeting of the corporate members and sometime in July. And then we can look at what we want to put on that agenda. Yes, Maggie?
Yes, I amend my motion for this motion to postpone this to July for discussion.
You don't want to call the corporate members meeting?
Not now.
Okay, all right. So the motion's been made. Do I have a second to postpone this to our July meeting? Cash, okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to postpone item 13E to our July meeting. All those in favor? It's, Manuel?
I'm opposed. I think we gotta do it as soon as we can.
Absolutely, okay, all right. You are opposed. So it's 8-1, and it will be postponed to our July meeting. All right, we're ready for committee
9 to
reports.
1. Is it 9 to 1? 9 to 1?
Well, 8-1, I don't vote unless it's okay. Janie's not here.
Okay. That's true.
All right, let's get to item 14, which is committee reports. As we point out every time, every member on this board has responsibilities to know what's going on in committees. Some serve on committees. Everybody cannot serve on every committee. Therefore, it's their responsibility to find out what's going on the committee. And they can talk to the committee chair. They can look at the report that's included in your packet from that committee. And we, first of all, start with 14A, which is the Finance Committee, which is our financial report. Gary?
Hey, may I have slide 1, please? Total revenue for United through April 30th, 2018 was $13,521,000 compared to expenses of $12,886,000, resulting in a net revenue of $635,000. Slide 2, please. Through April, United Mutual was better than budget by $551,000, primarily due to building structure replacement. Funding for this program is on a contingent basis, and to date, minimal work has been required. Employee compensation and related due to vacant positions in maintenance, staff is actively recruiting to fill positions at this time. Landscape revitalization, the scope of work has not yet been determined. Pest control fumigation program started in May and will be completed by November. Slide 3, please. On this pie chart, we show you the non-assessment revenues received to date of $474,000 by category, starting with our largest revenue-generating category of interest income, followed by chargeable services, laundry revenue, and resale processing fees. Slide 4, please. On this pie chart, we see the expenses to date of $12,886,000, showing that our largest categories of expense are for compensation and property taxes, followed by outside services and utilities. Slide 5, please. The reserve balances on April 30th, 2018 were $23.3 million. Year-to-date contributions and interest to reserves were $4,092,000. Year-to-date expenditures, $3,228,000. The delinquencies for United as of 4/30/2018 were down 7 from 24 to 17. And in dollars, they were down $12,812 from $81,000 to $68,000. Our chargeable services were down 19 from 57 to 38. Dollar-wise, that's 87,000 rounded to 75,000, or $12,000 down. Our monthly resale report, number of sales this year has been 144. Last year, 214. We're down 70, so we're down 33%. Our sales volume this year is 40,399,840. Last year, 53,127,859. So we're down $12,728,019, or 24%. Our average resale price this year was $280,253. Our average resale price last year was $246,569. So that is up $33,684, or a 14% increase. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, our next report is on the Architectural Control and Standards Committee. And in Director Durrell's absence, Director Tibbetts will read the report.
Okay, I'll just mention a couple of items. We approved 5 alterations that were done correctly because they followed procedure. And along with that, we still have a lot of unauthorized alterations. And it's very simple, just go across the hall here and get a permit and do it correctly, please. We are now requiring demolition permits from contractors when they are removing asbestos. A lot of them are doing it illegally, and it's been spread around. We've had accidents with it, but now, and it has to be done correctly. You have to have a permit, and if you don't have a signed permit from our permit office, you will not have any alteration done. It'll just be stopped until it is done correctly. And that's all I'll make in that report.
All right, thank you. Yes,
Can I
Harry?
just add one thing that I forgot to say, which I always do? The Finance Committee's next meeting will be July the 31st, 2018 at 2 p.m. in the Sycamore Room, and anyone that would like to attend is invited.
Don,
I'm not
when's-
sure when our alterations.
June 21st, 2018 is the
Thank you.
Architectural Control and Standards Committee. Again, 9:30 in the Sycamore Room. So, Director Blackwell, do you have a report from the Communications Committee?
The Communications Committee has been working on the Breeze and the Nextdoor, and we keep current with Nextdoor. They're very cooperative. On the Breeze has a very, very high growth rate and a very good open rate on the website. So it's really being effective, at least for readership. People are reading it more and more and more. So keep up your good comments and your good articles. Thank you.
All right, I will report on the Executive Hearings Committee. The executive hearings are done once a month, and we usually have about 2/3 of the people who are noticed for hearings who come. The rest don't, and the hearings committee has to decide on theirs without them being there. One thing I might mention is this week we had executive hearings on all of those with outstanding payments that have not been made. This is not just assessments, but this includes fees, monetary payments, traffic hearing payments, anything where you owe things to the community. And what we found, we had a number of golf cart violations. Not only ours, but all boards make rules, and maybe we're a little behind in consequences for not obeying those rules. But when we have people who have not paid their golf cart fee for 3 to 4 years, basically we said we're going to have security remove your decal, and in order to get it back, you're going to have to go and get current and in compliance, and you will not be issued another decal or the new decals that are coming out if you are not in compliance. So we have turned that list over to Resident Services. So if you're in that category and you go in and you want to get the new decals for your golf cart and they say no, that's probably the reason, although they'll tell you. All right, the Governing Documents Review Committee. As you see in the packet, we have finally completed our work on the resale documents, which has been about a 6-7 month project. And we feel very good that these are simplified, up-to-date, combined in some cases where we had 3 forms to do the same thing, to try to make it easier on people who are going through the resale process. We discussed the various Senate bills that Jeff has updated us on this time. And our concluding business and our future agenda items is we are going to be discussing what is harassment, nuisance, clutter, other things as it's determined and defined by the law, because a lot of people don't understand when they are noticed for discipline for one of those particular three things, I don't understand what that means. So we're going to try to clear that up and get that information out to everywhere. The date of the next meeting is June 27th. It's a Wednesday. We are moving from Mondays at 2 o'clock to Wednesdays at the request of the committee. So it'll be 2 o'clock on Wednesday, June 27th in the Sycamore Room. Landscape Committee, Director Blackwell.
Yes, we have two new advisors to the Landscape Committee. One of them is Catherine Bryans, who was a former United Board member, a landscape co-chair, and a chairperson for MNC. And she's decided to, after a time off, decided to regain activity. She was in part of the workers on the Tree Walk program, which is the brochures and the tree walks that are on the committee. Annie Zipkin is the next one, and she has a degree in ornamental horticulture, easy for me to say. 40 years in the industry, large mansions, small homes, patios, drip irrigation. So she should be very, very valuable to us. At our meeting Thursday morning at 9 o'clock right here, we are discussing landscape revitalization. That's where the grass and the plants don't cover the soil anymore. And so the mowers are too hard to be effective. So in these small areas, in these areas under trees where nothing grows, we have earmarked in cul-de-sacs 14 and 15, a whole mess of little spots which will be turned into bush areas. And that will be a great water savings and so on. And that will be a new project. A little bit of it is along the Serpentine Walk, and some of it was done a couple of years ago, but it's all those little dead brown spots around trees and little V's and corners and sections that the mowers can't get, and they can't get grass to grow. So come on Thursday, 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Maintenance and Construction Committee, Director Tibbetts.
Yeah, at the end of last month, May, we had 17 major projects that staff is still working on. And one of the biggest ones is the epoxy waistline. That involves the installation of a liner which goes inside our existing pipes. They get it down now to 1 inch. Unbelievable. We also had the sealing of interior copper pipelines that we're starting on. And last year, we signed a contract with Specialized Pipe Technologies. They're doing an excellent job, and they are completing about 115 buildings per year. We're still installing walkway lights upon request. They're all checked out. In some areas, they want them. We aren't giving them because there's enough light there. And along with that, we are getting some complaints from the residents where these lights go because it keeps them awake at night. So we're working on trying to keep the light from going into the bedroom. Finally, as it's been mentioned this morning, we are getting a lot of excellent feedback from residents on our handyman program. It's a great start, really, really working well. That's all.
Thank you.
Oh, our next meeting, I'm sorry, is Wednesday, June 27th.
At 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Right. Governing Docs is in the afternoon and you are in the morning.
Yes.
All right, would you report on the Resident Advisory Committee?
We are continuing to work one-on-one with residents who have concerns. They aren't getting satisfaction, they say, from the answers they're getting from the different staff members, and they usually get the same answer from us. However, we do listen to them one-on-one, and they understand the concern, and everyone who has a concern, if they're not happy with their answers, you're welcome to attend the advisory committee. It's at 4 o'clock, and our next meeting is this Thursday at 4 p.m.
Thank you. All right, we will go to agenda item 15, which is the GRF committee highlights, and our members serve. GRF committees have 2 members from United on each of their committees. On the Finance Committee, Director Morrison.
Okay. The Finance Committee authorized $50,000 in supplemental appropriation from contingency fund for a records inventory management project. And this is to conform to California Corporation Code as well as the Davis-Sterling Act, which requires common interest developments to have a copy of all documents available for inspection. There's supplemental funding for renovations at gatehouses 4, 10, 11, and 12. The committee reviewed a staff report and endorsement from maintenance and construction regarding the supplemental funding for gatehouse renovations. A motion was made and carried unanimously to recommend the board approve additional funding for gatehouse renovations as outlined in the report, with a supplemental appropriation of $42,500 to be funded from the contingency fund. This is to prepare construction documents for future renovation of 3 gatehouses, gates 10, 11, and 12, as well as an additional gate 4. At the February 14, 2018 M&C committee meeting, the committee reviewed the concept drawing for renovation of the gate 12 paddle tennis and pickleball courts, which increases the number of combination courts from 4 to 7 within the same footprint of the original courts. A motion was made to recommend that the board award a contract to Muzzo Construction in the amount of $359,610 for the design and construction of 7 paddle tennis and pickleball courts, including 4 lighted courts at Gate 12, and the motion carried. In addition, one other thing, which it has to do with GRF finance as well as the United Finance Committee. We are right now in the middle of a budgeting process. We are trying to figure out where money is going to come from to take care of waistline remediation and supply line. So our infrastructure is old, it's deteriorating, and we're having a lot of problems. We spent $1.5 million in water intrusion cleanup last year. We can't keep going like this. I was at the GRF meeting yesterday, and they have put forward that they want to expend $10 million on
Performing Arts Center.
Performing Arts Center. And I think, in my estimation, I think we need to attack the infrastructure before we start putting a lot of money into our
Entertainment.
Performing Arts Center.
well, the performing arts centers and also our clubhouses. Thank you. And this is not my decision. I think everyone has to give us a voice. I want to know what the people or our residents want. Do you want to put money one place or the other, or both places, in which we're going to have to increase our monthlies in order to take care of it, because it's a very expensive item. And what I would like you to do, I set up an email to gary.morrison@lagunawoodsvillage.com and encourage all of you to send me an email of what your preferences are, where you think we need to go, and this is what we'll bring forward. Our next meeting is June the 20th, 2018, 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom for GRF.
Community Activities Committee, in Director Durrell's absence, I will report that, again, Community Activities Committee is looking at the Performing Arts Center. We had a meeting back in March, and made changes to the suggestions from the architectural group. We have not gotten those back yet. And while, yes, the ultimate price right now, the way they're looking at it, is $10 million, it's only 4.2 million in next year's budget. And so we have 1.6 million that is already budgeted to take care of some of the things. Also in the Community Activities Committee, we did budget review for some clubs. We heard from club members who were asking for various things for GRF to furnish, and that's about it. We got a good report on what was happening with the community activities, all of the things that are coming through recreation, all of the concerts that are going, certainly the 4th of July, and we had a report on the Memorial Day event and that kind of thing. So the next CAC committee will meet July 12th at 1:30 here in the boardroom. Maintenance and Construction Committee? Oh, I'm sorry, Gary.
I also wanted to add that the Performing Arts Center has no construction defects. The $10 million is merely for interior fixes, and therefore, that's why I'm kind of stating my side of it, is that that is not necessary at this time, and we can push it down the road a little bit.
M&C, Director Tibbetts.
Yeah, going along with Gary, two of our major projects in the discussion stage includes the Performing Arts Center, and we just follow whatever GRF approves. And right now, the approval is to discuss it, but
Nothing's been
I
decided.
kind of agree with Gary on that one. Also, Clubhouse One, that's expensive, that's up for discussion. And pickleball, we finally have I think we have a contract, awfully close to it. We have a contract now, and those are the three major items on M&C right now, and our next meeting is tomorrow at 9 o'clock in this room.
Okay. Report of the Media Communication Committee, and would you include the Thrive Task Force on that, please? Director Blackwell?
Oh, okay. We have now e-blast. On Monday, it's Working in Your Neighborhood. Maintenance and landscape activities are listed, and it's published out on an e-blast to the members, all residents who have their emails signed up, so you know when someone is coming around your area for landscape activities. On Wednesdays every week, it's events and programs and entertainment. Club events will be included on such notices if the club gives us an announcement in time. On Fridays, it's What's Up in the Village, and that's news and information, updates on new resolutions and procedures. So that comes out every Friday, so you should get 3 a week. They're very short, usually just 1 page or something like that. We have The Breeze, which is very popular, as I say. We are giving out 1,000 hard copies, but we will be giving out more. We will be delivering to the Florence Silvestre Center, and we will be delivering to the towers, who have not had direct delivery before, so we'll deliver that way too. We are forging onward with our TV schedules of analog, canceling out analog, and that will continue. We have, for Thrive, we have all kinds of activities working on publicizing how great it is to live in the village and how you can feel fulfilled and active and happy once you get here and put a little toe in the water. And that's the whole idea behind Thrive. We've got lots of discussions for more publicity and more ways to solicit good-feeling information from the residents. And we'd like to include more information from the clubs in there. The communications next meeting is June 19th. Oh, no, that's the wrong one.
June 18.
June 18th, that's it.
1:30 here.
At 1:30, yes, here. Sorry, I was looking at the PAC meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Director Eckerkar, can we have a report of the Mobility and Vehicles Committee?
Yes, Madam Chair. I was on vacation that day, I missed it, but I have a few, resolution 90-11-146 was made, recommended by Roy Burninghouse. So then they decided to serve as a liaison between the Golden Rain Foundation and the managing agent for all transportation issues and ensure that the transportation facilities, equipment, fixtures, and vehicles are appropriate for the transportation services provided to the members, and to develop policies and procedures to ensure that the GRF transportation system meets the ever-changing needs of the Laguna Woods Village, and make recommendations to GRF board for approval. And there it goes on and on and on. But I can give you a more detailed upgrade after attending the next meeting, which is August 1st at 1:30 PM in the boardroom.
Okay, thank you very much.
I won't be on vacation then.
But he had a good one, folks. All right, the Security and Community Access Committee, Director Tibbetts.
Well, just quickly, I'll mention that we still have a small problem with transients climbing our walls and sleeping here overnight. It must be secure for them. But what really bothers me, that we still have some residents who invite them in to spend the night or two, and many of them have been seen wandering around our carports. And staff is aware of that, security is aware of that, and it's hopefully being cut down completely. That's all. Oh, our next meeting is Thursday, 14th? No, I'm sorry.
28th.
Got so many, thank you, 28th.
Right. And I might mention that for some of you who have heard, there's also been a problem. We don't know if it's transients or if it's members or members' families with people breaking into mailboxes. So please be aware of your mailbox. And if there's any problems, please notify security as soon as possible. The traffic hearings, Director Eckerkar.
Thank you. There were 33 people brought in front of the traffic court. 10 were, we were very diligent, and we take every excuse we weigh every excuse, and we excused 10 people as not guilty out of 33, and 2 we held back for verification and submitted the action. Basically, the fines are collected through, they're fine, but the collection policy needs to be improved a little bit, and I'm looking into that right now. But please, every person in the village, be careful, because we have elder people crossing the roads, and at times, speed limit is too much, then it becomes difficult to stop in time, and we don't want any problems. We did have an accident just this week when someone ran into the building, so you have to be very careful. Thank you very much. Our next meeting is on June 20th at 9 a.m. in the boardroom, and next one at 1 p.m. in the Pine Room, same day.
There's a morning and an afternoon session, and if you are, have a ticket, you will be notified which session you are to come to. All right, last but certainly not least, Director Morrison, would you report on the Disaster Preparedness Task Force?
Yes, at our last meeting, we discussed 2 products. One is called Fire Avert, which is an automatic stove shutoff. So if the stove detects smoke, it'll automatically shut it down, and then it's easily turned back on through your electrical panel. Those run about $60. The next thing we were talking about was called Flood Buzz, and it's for water intrusion, and they hook onto the valves of your toilets and also your hot water heater, wherever you might want to put them. And those come in packages of 3 for about $10, and both of these you can get at the Home Depot. I guess one thing that I would also like to be working into our future budgets, Flood Buzz maybe for all of our units so that it keeps us free from water intrusion. The next thing was gate and community center generators that are needed for emergency situations. And so we discussed those and that we need those at the gates and here at the community center for in case things happen because security will be here and we need power. Mailbox thefts were discussed, as Juanita said, and what I say is see something, say something, call security if you think you're seeing anything that's funny. We also discussed a budget because we have water bottles that are for emergencies that are in our clubhouses, and they're not locked into cabinets, and some of them are being stolen, and it's just not a healthy way to keep water. And so therefore, we're talking about buying some cabinets so that we can lock the bottles in the cabinets. And we requested a Good Neighbor Captain map on TV so that residents know who their building captains are and where they are and where we need building captains. And I think you're seeing that right now on TV.
It's also on the website.
Yeah. Yellow Vest Day. So volunteers are going to wear a vest quarterly to identify themselves to residents so that it's just a way that we can advertise to residents and perhaps get volunteers to also help us. There's also going to be a barbecue for all volunteers, and that is going to be announced in the future. And our next meeting will be June the 26th, 2018, 9:30 a.m. in the Cypress Room. Thank you.
All right, future agenda items, we have item 13s, A through E, which will be put on the agenda for July. Does any board member have another item they want to put on the agenda in July? Raisa?
I have two proposals. One is for maintenance and construction committee. I have asked several times to add a column.
Your microphone.
I have asked several times to add a column like we had last year to show a cumulative column of projects, the money we've spent in the, they changed this on January. This started only showing 2018, but we don't see the history. This is only a very simple thing. It's either in Word or Excel. They can add a column there.
Okay, the project log you would like to see updated with other information. All right, and number two?
Thing I have a proposal. I don't know why we have this color code for windows. I can understand that once these were being repaired by United, then it was a question of replacement to have standard. But when people, they want to change their windows, they can buy any color. Why do we have to put all these restrictions and make this place look like prison cells? everything is, they look alike. I mean, people who've been to Europe, I'm sure Bonita has seen it, in Amsterdam, Belgium, everybody has got different color windows and they look beautiful. Why do we have, I mean, it's not going to be any cost to United. Whoever changes the windows, they can put any color. Nowadays, with this vinyl, all the manufacturers are creating black, gray, I don't know, brown, etc., nice color windows. Why do we are stuck with this alteration issue? I just wanted to propose that.
All right, we will ask the alterations committee to come forward with a resolution to that effect so that we can vote on it or discuss it in July.
Right, thank you.
All right, let's finish up with director's comments. Cash?
Well, the DPTF, Director Morrison did mention the fire alert. In conjunction with security, we are looking at making a trial test to verify whether these devices really work right, as they say. And it could have reduced the damage caused in the last fire we had. So it's worthwhile looking at it, so we are looking at it. Thank you.
Okay, Pat?
I was just thinking that what Reza said really should probably be in the M&C committee.
Well, alterations standards, it's a standard.
Mhm.
And so that's why I said we will ask them to come forward with anything.
Thank you.
John?
Yeah, in all due respect to the members of this board, it bothers me that we had to have a security officer in here for 3 hours because of the conduct of a couple of board members. And that shouldn't be done. It's embarrassing, and I apologize to the United membership.
Thank you. Maggie?
That's not because it's important, it's because I'm the problem.
Okay.
I would like Juanita maybe to consider bringing up the herbicides, organic herbicides, or the not use of chemical herbicides or adjustment in the herbicides in the president's meeting to see if we could get all
We
the
did.
mutuals. Thank you, on the same page.
Yes. Gary?
A thumbs up to Don Tibbetts' comment. I'm behind that also.
Reza? Carl?
I'd like to add something to what Director Morrison said regarding the disaster preparedness. There seems to be with regard to the building captains, people seem to think that building captains are only basically in buildings, okay? But we need building captains for cul-de-sacs too, because the people that live in cul-de-sacs and not in buildings, obviously, they need, if there is a disaster, to get some sort of direction and what have you. And I think in the cul-de-sacs, we seem to be not having as many people volunteer for those positions. Am I correct?
That's correct. We do have cul-de-sac captains as well as building captains, and right now, we don't have enough building captains to have a cul-de-sac captain, so that's kind of what we're trying to recruit right now.
We are trying, can I make one comment?
Yes, sir.
We are working on Good Neighbor Captains program, and there's a meeting coming up, and I don't have the information right now. But yes, we want people to be aware so you can help yourself and your neighbors. That's the whole idea.
Yeah,
And
the
get
structure
everybody there.
is a building captain, a cul-de-sac captain, we have a clubhouse coordinator, all of the steps that move up. We're trying to cover as much of the village as we can. All right, I apologize, it has been 4 hours. I thought we could cut it down, didn't make it, but this meeting is in recess to our closed meeting upstairs.